Happy December 25th, 2024. This is just going to be Let's Just Keep Company live stream. I do have two things that I can do that I will probably do, but this is really just a chit chat. I did a community post asking if my subscribers would like to have a live stream today. Because at first I thought, I'm not going to do a live stream today. Everybody's going to be busy, but then the reality of it is everyone's not going to be busy. And so this is just a live just to keep company if people want the company. Hey, Sarah. And so it's not really going to be a structured live stream. Again, I do have two things that I can do, but mostly, hey, Tony, but mostly it's just a chit chat. So I'm not even going to do the intro today. I will say what I am thinking to do, but I'm exhausted. So, hey, Stephanie, y'all, I'm eating Skittles right now, which I'm not going to keep eating because they're too chewy for me to keep eating during live streams, and I'll be like, But I did drink some Mountain Dew. I did have a lunch. I did have lunch. My alarm was set for, I think, 6:30. I am very sleepy. And so that's why I've been drinking Mountain Dew. And I do have a snack here. Hey, Sons of Ray. So I'm hoping y'all have snacks. If you want to plan your makeup while we're doing this is, that's fine. So we're just here just to hang out. And my thoughts on what to do just to help pass the time is Nina, as a member, requested I do if I can only keep 10 palettes. And I'm going to tell y'all now I cheated. And also I might just do a look with the bronze palette. I did use this, I did looks 1 and 2, and I did that as a tutorial for the pro membership side. Let me put these Skittles away. Excuse me. And what was I going to say? So this will be my third time using this, and I think there's only maybe like 6 shades I didn't use. So we'll do that today. So let me know. Oh, excuse me. My family dinner was last night, and y'all saw the look that I did, and that was a lot of fun. And I posted the short from my cousin's house. So y'all came home. Well, y'all saw it because I did the removal and all of that stuff. But hi, Insanely Game. How are you? So let me know how your day is going. And I'm thinking if you're here, you're having a very chill day. A very chill day. So we are just here. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, you're not feeling good, but I hope you feel better. I brought my office chair over here to my station because for the longer live streams, my thighs cramp up because of the way the back of my thighs dip down on the... Hey, Ryan. I always say hi to everybody when they comment, because if they don't comment, I don't know they're here, but thank you for being here. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Yo, I am exhausted. So, the look was fun to do. It was a lot of fun to do. And then after I did it, I was like, hey, Dawn, I was like, why am I so nervous? And I think because I was actually going out and I was just kind of anxious, like the reactions that I would get. But that was a lot of fun to do. And hey, Alicia. So how are you guys doing? When I read Nina's request, if I can only keep 10 palettes, y'all, I told you already I cheated because I thought about Mothman, Yucca palette, Biba, Xenon, Pat McGrath Subliminal, Pat McGrath Moonlit Seduction, and what else I thought of? I thought of something else like right off the bat, Circle Loco, and I'm like, I'm already at 7, and I thought about Grunge Life, so I'm like, that's 8 right there. I'm like, this ain't gonna work. So I think I have, I think I have 12 or 13, and so I'm going to pull those now, and excuse me, I got the hiccups. I'm thinking of could do my foundation first, but I don't know. Let's just do this. But so what are all of you up to today? Because this really is not a structured live. Hey Tanya, even though I did think of stuff to do, so this is about y'all, because y'all the ones that was like, yeah, do the live today. And when I got up, I was like, why did I ask that question? But I know why I asked that question, but I was just like, girl, just rest. I was talking to Princess last night, and she was like, don't overdo it. Y'all, I remember before when I said I had like 4 videos to schedule, and I edited the look yesterday. You didn't do anything, cooked yesterday. What'd you cook? What'd you cook? Relaxing in the house. Awesome, Stephanie. And I'm trying to reach stuff. Y'all, I keep losing my train of thought. Oh, and then I went ahead and edited. I'm gonna tilt this up some because I'm noticing something. Yeah, I think I got done everything at maybe like 6 or 7 a.m., which is not unusual for me to go to sleep that time, but I was already like really exhausted. You know, driving takes a toll on my body, and being up on my feet and all of that. Red beans with down home sausage, rice, and water cornbread. That sounds delicious. Did I miss Kat? Oh, hey, Kat. You're supposed to go to your sister's today, but I'm not feeling well, so I slept again. It's great that you were able to sleep, though. That's the best thing for us, like when we don't feel well, is just to sleep. But thank you for being here, though. So if anybody has a topic to throw out here, or I'll just keep doing whatever I was doing. I'm trying to find the palettes. And so I knew it wasn't going to work, me just picking 10 palettes. So I was just like, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. So I'm taking them out now. And y'all could probably, well, I already named most of them. Sons of Ray, what are you up to tonight? You have a family at home. What are they doing? Sarah, I'm coming for dinner. Y'all, the food was so good, but it always is. And I'm a lazy cook, as y'all saw. So whenever I go somewhere and I know they're going to throw down, I'm like, say less, I'm there. But just regular stuff, stuffed shells, which was new for me to have there for family dinner for Christmas. And macaroni and cheese. Oh my gosh. And we know all macaroni and cheese is not equal. What else did I eat? I don't even remember what else I ate. Don't I look tired? My eyes look red too. So what else did I have? Yo, I don't even remember. I don't remember. All the potato salad ain't equal either. And I stay away from potato salad for the most part, Tanya, because I'm allergic to eggs. And a lot of people put eggs in their potato salad. The only time I'll eat it is if I'm like, who made this? Or I'll be like, is it eggs in it? And if they say no, then I'll eat some. So I stay away from potato salad. And also tuna macaroni salad too, because a lot of people do put eggs in it. And so I'm always like, who made this? What's in it? Yeah, man, stuffed shells in decades sounds good, says Dawn. I was surprised it was there. I was just like, oh my God, it was so good. It was so good. So, good seeing family, of course. I'm looking at this list here. Everybody had a good time. And here you go. So, hey, Lawton, just woke up, fellow night owl. I would have still been asleep if I didn't set my alarm. I woke up earlier as usual. I always wake up every hour and a half or so. And then that Benadryl is still knocking me out. I didn't take any since I got up because I knew I needed to be here. Because Benadryl knocks me the hell out. Like, for real. It is not even funny. Yeah, but I am, like, very itchy. And I'm like, I want these things to hurry up and go away. But they don't want to hurry up and go away. What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for. So let me see how many I got. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Is that right? I got 16. Supposed to be choosing if I can only keep 10. Raisins should be banned. Ew. Oh, sorry. Tanya likes raisins in hers. I have never had such a thing. I have had, raisins and raisin bread. Or like raisin oatmeal cookies or something like that. Some people put raisins in their candied yams, and I'm like, your hubby grows some. Says Sansare. So why do I have 15 on this paper, but I counted 16? So if I can only keep 10, excuse me. Nope, only raisin bread is cat. Lamb chops and hot dogs for the kids. Lamb chops for the kids? Y'all want to get them spoiled early. I can see just the hot dogs for the kids. Y'all gave the kids lamb chops? Yeah, when I saw it again, and it wasn't there last night, but I was somewhere like years ago, and I'm like, what is that that's in here? They were like, oh, raisins. I'm like, why? Black says manifesting a calm, successful, and joyous 2025 for all of us. I hope so, because I already know, we know stuff is going to change. The stuff has already started changing, but ew, I've never seen raisins in coleslaw. They love lamb chops too. Y'all, you spoiled them, because lamb has such a distinct flavor that I am hooked. A few months ago, maybe months and months. Yeah, I was picking it again. That's why I read all over again. Months and months and months ago, I remember. Oh, here's the. Oh, wait, I left out counting two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, it is 18. When I had told y'all, my neighbor had brought me like half of her cheesesteak, and I was saying, I don't know what this is, but this is like the best cheesesteak I have ever had. I came to find out it was lamb, and I was just like, so one day we went, and I saw on their menu, well, actually, I looked at the menu online, because we were going to order. Alicia says, no raisins at all unless it's an ward-off salad. Yes, I do. That's a flashback for me, because I do remember those salads, but I had forgot about them, so you just mentioned that. And I looked at the menu online, and they also have a salmon, or salmon, however you pronounce it, cheesesteak. And so when we went, I said, I'm going to order the salmon one, because I love salmon, and I've had their lamb one. Oh, my God, y'all. It was so good. Add 2 more and do if you could keep only 20. I'd rather be rebellious and say I cheated. But you know what? I was really looking at what I have. And so like these 18, I really wondered if I could or would be completely content if I only kept like these 18. Because I'm like, what if I just like scrapped everything else? And then I'm like, no. Oh, man. Yeah, I got 18. And I thought it 8 off the bat. So I'm just like, 10 ain't going to work. I'm like, nah. And there are other palettes I would like to have, but they're not completely unique to my collection. And y'all know I do want to have a curated collection. And I remember saying before that I think, like, oh, I did my brows and I'm touching my brows. I think that when stuff dies, I'm going to just let it die. This is all that's left for my Fenty Brow Pencil, y'all. Y'all see that little nub? I do have backups. Yo, I am really doing an overhaul on stuff, and I will talk about that in the year in review live stream. I'm still doing live streams. You would think I would be tired, and I am tired. Well, tired of doing live streams, but I do like being here talking to y'all. So let me see what y'all are saying. Whew. Tanya says, okay, I don't do cheesecake at all, and a savory one I've never heard of. It was a cheese steak, not a cheesecake. Like how you can get a chicken cheesesteak, or it's usually just beef. They have a lamb cheese steak and a salmon cheese steak. It was so, oh my God. And they're like $19-20. But you know what? We know lamb is expensive and we know salmon is expensive. So I'm like, I ain't even upset. And it was just so good. Fenty liner flakes on you. They're pencil, like they're pencil eyeliners from Fenty. Tony. And I might have just said cheesecake. I really don't know. But I meant to say cheesesteak if I did say the other one. When the Fenty liners, the eyeliners, the fly line, not the fly liners, that's a liquid one. The pencil liners came out. I bought those. Yeah, the cheesesteak once. It was a weird concept in Canada. It's a big thing over here, especially if you're in Philadelphia or like in certain parts of New Jersey. And they are all not created equal. Because some places it's like, oh my God. And other places it's just like, no, 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 no. The one in the white tube. They have an eyeliner. I'm getting old and hearing this going since Tony. I don't even remember which one those are, Tony, because I don't have any of them. But I had bought the pencil eyeliners because I was thinking I could use those for inner rooms and under my lower lash line. They irritated my, the fly liners are the liquid ones, and they come in a silver container. So I don't think she's talking about the fly liners because she said it's in a white tube. But they irritated my eyes. And so I got rid of them. They didn't irritate up here, but they irritated under here and my waterline. And I purchased them to use on my waterline. And so I don't have any of those, which y'all probably know because y'all never see me use them. Oh, that makes more sense. Lamb cheese. Not a lamb cheesecake, Dawn. Lamb cheesesteak. Oh, you're saying lamb. Okay. Lamb cheesecake sounds icky. It really does. It was good, but I didn't understand the concept. Yeah, you just chop up meat and put mayonnaise, lettuce, tomatoes, whatever you want to put on the bread part, and then just put the chopped up meat on it and put cheese on it. So it's like, I know people that really love the steakums, which to me, I was always like, this is just nasty. Like, no. Then I'm going to put these after let me move this closer. So I'm sitting on my office chair over at my station because I realized, like, for longer lives, not that we ever intend to go like 2 hours, but when I would stand up, I would have a hard time walking. And so I said, let me just bring this chair over here because I did check to see if I could change it from my mobile to my laptop, and it doesn't allow me to change it. And then I thought, what, excuse me, if I just like delete this one and then schedule it on my laptop. I said, you know what? No, because whoever's notified has been notified, and at least I can be somewhat together this time, because a lot of times I come on here and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. So I said, let me just leave it alone. Let me just leave it alone. No, it was a steak that had a layer of cheese around it. Like just like a ribeye steak, like just a whole piece of steak. Cat. Because if so, that does sound strange. Fly liner, long wear, pencil, eyeliner. Yeah, those are the ones, Tony, that irritated my eyes. So, Kat, that's what you're saying. It was like a piece of steak, like a T-bone steak, or like a ribeye, or a whole steak, and they just wrapped it in cheese. Oh, that ain't cheesesteak over here in the United States. Yeah, that sounds weird. Because for one, well, for me, I use a knife and fork to cut my steak to eat it. And so just having to like do all that with cheese on it, whereas the cheesesteaks, excuse me, I just says literally a cheesesteak. Yeah, literally. But here, like they chop up the meat and they put it inside of like a torpedo roll. So it's like a sandwich and you just pick it up and eat it. Yeah, I mean, hashtag Canada tried it, Cat. Hashtag they tried it. All right, so the first palette I thought of, beans, booty. This was the first one I thought of, and it may be dying soon. Well, the PAO is in March 2025. But one day I'm going to look at this and look at all of my notoriously morbid palettes. I know there's not going to be dupes, but it might be some similarities, but I don't know because there's a lot of shifty shades in here. Yeah, hashtag Canada tried it. But I am going to miss it, and I need to just use it more, but then I bought the new stuff, and I'm still trying to get through the new stuff, which is why we might do a look with bronze, because if we can use those last 6 shades I didn't use so far, that'll be done. Then I can move to that Pat palette and whatever, what was the name of this one? The vampire such and such, Shadows of the Vampire. Yeah, Shadows of the Vampire and that Lethal palette. So I am, yes, Dawn beans. And what else, Dawn? What? Booty. So I did use the mean one. So I just have, I think I used 5 shades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shades in there. So that leaves me like 5 or 6 more to use for that one. But this was the first thing I thought of if I can only keep 10. And I was just like, damn. The next one I thought of, because I wrote them down as I thought of them, and then I'm like, okay, I can't just do 10. Like, I'm going to just cheat. 669 if they made it permanent, says Tanya. Dawn, you left me hanging. You ain't say the booty part. The very next one I thought of was the Natasha Denona Yucca palette. I forget how she pronounces it. This was the second one I thought of. So like right off the bat was like, The next one I thought of was Xenon, and not necessarily this with the mix. Because even on its own, you put peaches, that's supposed to be a booty door. You saying your booty sweet like peaches? So not necessarily with it mixed, but even before I mixed it, it caused me to be creative, which is the reason that I really liked it. You did? Oh my goodness, Dawn. And so this was, the next one I thought of was Biba, because I was like, okay, what else? Because looking at like Xenon and Mothman, I was just like, And then I'm like, Biba, and I love Biba, even though these 4 right here are from Leela. I really do love this palette, so much so that this is the 2nd time I've had it. And I think this may end up being a staple, like always, because it's not limited edition. I do want the new 5-pan that came out. And I saw a video comparing that to this one. I think I saw Morgan Turner's thumbnail that said, if you have Biba, do you need this? And I'm like, yeah, because, well, not need it, because y'all know I don't believe makeup is a need. But it would be easy to travel with. And just like the look yesterday, if I just want a black or a gray, I just grab this one. It's right here. And so I do think that 5-pan would be good for me to have, even though I know I don't like dupes in my collection, and it is similar to this one, but the formulas are different because this is a creamy matte. The black that's in the other one is not a creamy matte. And speaking of blacks, there's a black in here. So would it add anything unique to my collection? No. And y'all know that's one of my things, but I would give that a pass. Yeah, we would get that. I like 5-pans. I don't reach for them often, but you want Biba in a midi, says Locke. Who's gonna get the new 5? Oh, you know what? I just saw that after I said what I said. I like the color, said Cat, but saw someone using it and it was difficult to blend. I need to find that video and see. And I want to read what formulas are in there. And I like how she does list the formulas on her website. Once again, I let my prestige coupon at Ulta expire, and I got a gift card to yesterday. Still forgot. Dawn. Hey, Jessica. How you doing today? I'm surprised that y'all are here in the way I am, because I'm like, nobody but y'all voted for it, so... Thank you, Jessica. You want to hear something weird, Jessica? I never feel like cutting my hair, and it takes me 10 minutes or less to cut my hair. I'll be like, I need to cut my hair, because I cut it every 2.5, 3 weeks. And when I notice I have to brush it more, I don't even think I brushed it today, but the way it lays, you can't tell. But when I realize I have to keep brushing, I'm like, I need to cut it, but then I never feel like cutting it. And I'm like, oh, it takes 10 minutes, girl. Like, just cut your damn hair. But yes, I always think that's funny, because I'm like, it's not like it takes me forever. Hi, Julio. How are you tonight? I plan to pass on the new 5-pan because I have Visyard. Yes. And I could easily pass on it, but oh, thank you, Julio. Same to you. You do take them to travel sometimes. Tanya's asking you what Visyard palettes, all matte, not for me. I'm a shimmer girl. But if you have Please don't drop anything. If you have something like this, like all shimmer except 2 mattes, then it would come in handy to have those matte shades. And that's what I was kind of thinking. And I was thinking too of, what was I thinking? Like other palettes I have might be shimmer heavy. And one of them is here, out of my 18, which I'm supposed to choose 10 to keep, but it would come in handy for that. Hey, Emily. I'm surprised some of y'all are here. It's all right, though. There will be another sale. Yeah, I'm on a no buy. So all them coupon codes, I just delete the email. Just delete the email. Like has the Viseart matte, the neutral matte. So another one, y'all know. Circle Loco from Natasha Denona. I do feel like this will be a staple always in my collection too, and it's not limited edition. This is my second time having this one, and I do absolutely love it. And so even something like this, I only use it by itself. But if I wanted to like tone it down, I could pull a matte from that 5 pan or a matte from Biva. And so I mean, it can come in handy depending on like what types of looks you like to do, or if you just want to switch it up. But yeah, I do want that one. And I have credit for Natasha's site. And they don't allow me to use credit if something is on sale. And I'm just like, what are y'all, Sephora now? You like gatekeeping my points? Like, so I would have to buy something full price in order to use the credit. And y'all know I don't like to pay full price. So I'm kind of peeved at that, but then it's like, what can I do? Oh boy. Tanya said the first half of Christmas for the kiddies, the rest for the grown-ups. That's why I'm here. That's how it is too, like at family members' houses. Like all the young folk be in one part of the house and all the adult folk be in another part of the house. Excuse me, Tanya says coming down from the coming down from the chaos earlier. The next thing that popped into my head was Mothership 1, which is Subliminal. This palette surprised me. And that's why this will always and forever, I believe, be my favorite Mothership palette. I did simple. The first look I did this row. This is the top row. The second look I did the bottom row, and both looks was bomb. I was just like, oh my gosh. It surprised me. And I didn't buy it for a long time because it looks cool tone, and I don't like me in all cool tones. But some of them lean a little neutral on me. But I really love this palette. And not because of the blue. Everybody's like, oh, the blue. What about everything else? You know what I'm saying? And then it also depends on your vibe. Because this can easily be a smoky look, whatever you do with it, because of this shade and this one right here. And even this one, depending on your complexion. And this one. So this was like, yeah. And so how fast I thought of what palettes to keep. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need more than 10. I like that Mothership because it is cool tone. Yeah. I still want Mothership 3, but I really got to catch a deal on it. The Pat McGrath website has 30% off sales throughout the year and 40% off sales. And so 40% off sales, Motherships are $77.40. And that's when I buy mine. And this one is Moonlit Seduction. And it surprised me how much I really liked it. At first I didn't, because I wasn't able to get what I wanted out of it. But once I accepted it for what it was, this is like this is a favorite Mothership for me. And that's why I didn't get a cat. I'm like, I don't want an all cool tone palette, but it's just something about how those colors work together for me. The next thing I thought about, I already showed y'all Circle Loco. And then I thought about Grunge Life, because I'm like, I gotta have a grungy palette. And that's what this looks like. Do y'all have any of these palettes? This is like that other shade from, well, not the other, but this is like that shade in Notoriously Morbid where you can see the shift once I put the brush in it. Excuse me for that glare. But this definitely, and this, they don't make this anymore, so that's the only thing. But I was boo-boo the fool, and I had ordered it, and then they had them on sale, and so I had bought another one. And then I'm like, will I keep it or give it away? It's still here. I ain't give it away. After the next thing I thought about, Don't Not Fall. Did I say donut? Don't Not Fall. I got stuff on my lap. Let me calm down. I'm not even hype. Just trying to stack stuff on my lap, which is never a good idea. So let me just put these up here. So, and I had to lower where my phone is because I'm sitting in a chair and this chair doesn't go up as high as my stool. Then I thought about, you don't have any motherships though? Yeah, and people be like, I would never spend $129 for a palette. You don't have to. I'm like, it goes on sale, $77.40. And once in a blue moon, they've been like lower than that on Sephora. I think that's when they're trying to like get rid of stock. Because I'm just like, oh my gosh. Because Subliminal was on sale and it would say in stock. And when I would put it in my cart, it would say not available. So people was, every time it would say, they would notify me it was there, it would be gone by the time I even got there. So this is what Pride looks like. And this to me is an everything palette. The only thing I'll say is that it's not boom pow. If you just like, you know, satin type looks, a little bit of shimmer, everything does show up nice, but it's not that bold in your face type looks. Like if I were to compare this to Lethal is that boom pow. Lethal knocked Pat McGrath out the box. When I did Lethal on one eye and Nocturnal Nirvana on the other, people thought the Lethal was Pat because it was so vibrant. This is not going to give you that. But if you just like, I don't want to say everyday looks because, I mean, I understand the concept when people say that, but for me, whatever I put on is everyday look. Grunge is everyday, Spooky is everyday, Vampy is everyday. But if you don't want that punch that Lethal gives you, and some of the indie brands, which I don't have because I use pressed pigments and my lids don't tolerate them, this would be a great palette. They don't sell it anymore though. That's the thing. And I think some of these shades they brought back just for this palette. And so I don't even know, like, if I could do a BYOP with some of these shades. But that's the next one that I have thought about. Then I thought about ABH Fall Romance palette. I'm reading comments. It's still over $100 on sale. Whew, that's a high sale price. But y'all stuff up there is more expensive than down here. Tanya said, yes, the color of the rainbow and gives you many options for looks. Yeah. So this one I fell in love with quick because, hey, Janessa, because it's just, it's murky. Swamp water. It's grungy. But I do like this. I already did tell you, I did schedule all of my, well, the 4 videos I need to schedule. I'm scheduled out till the last week. No, I'm scheduled through the first week of January. And I swear I'm trying to get away from having something go live every day, a video going up every day, but it ain't happening, y'all. It just ain't happening. Let's see. Thank you, Janessa. You just got the ABH. And oh, yeah, because of the color story. Y'all know I like the grunge factor. And then that's what this is. Yes, I do. Yeah. Just the color story had me. I was just like, oh. I'm like, I'm coming back. And I know I had told y'all this, but for those who weren't here, I had went to Sephora to pick up an online order. And when I was leaving the store, I seen it and I went, and I'm like, you know what? And I looked again. I said, I'm not going to buy it today. I said, let me just give it a day, whatever. I went back the next day and got it. It looks so much better in person than the pictures I saw online. The pictures look so muted online, but in person, y'all see it. It's like that deep, rich, murky stuff. What are you up to, Janessa? Lot challenge. Use your palette selection exclusively for 1 month. Come back with a video on your thoughts about the challenge. Did you find yourself missing some palettes that you did not include? I can say now that I didn't miss any that I didn't include, because even when, like now that I'm going through newer palettes that I just recently acquired, I seldom think about my other palettes. And I think because my mind is, I need to use this and then I can move on type of thing. But I don't really, like there's palettes that'll be on my mind, but it's not like, oh, I miss using it. You know what I mean? If that makes sense, which it probably doesn't. But, and even when I ran through like my newer palettes, I try to use palettes that I haven't used in a while. So my mind is, okay, I haven't used it. What have I not used for a while? Okay, that one. That's the one I'm going to use today. But it's not really missing anything. If anything, it's when I look at a palette, I'm like, oh, you're still here. Because there's some I just don't think about. And then when I see them, I'm like, hmm. So it's either on my mind, like, okay, I haven't used it in a while, or it's like, okay, that's still here. You know, I hope that makes sense. I feel like it doesn't. And so I do think I can say that honestly, that it wouldn't be anything that I miss. And I got over knowing that Mothman is going to die sometimes probably in the summer or the fall. And so I'm already prepared for that, to not have that one. But it's not really many palettes that I'm like, oh my gosh, I really miss not using it. And I think because my mind is just on using the new stuff, using what I haven't used in a while, versus, did I really miss it? And part of that is why I have that Purgatory box, and I'm doing the Trash or Treasure series, because it was palettes I just wasn't using. I didn't miss them, they didn't call me, but they were here. And I called myself trying to decide whether they were going to be Trash or Treasure. Am I going to keep them, or am I going to just get rid of them? But then the ones that I've used so far, except one, I decided to keep. So, would I change the selections? No, I think, no. Tanya says she loves to have a video every day. And I keep trying not to, because, and I don't schedule on Mondays because that's when I do my lives. And sometimes I wait to schedule on a Tuesday because every now and then something will happen. I'm like, okay, we'll do a live on Tuesday. But then even if something does come up, y'all know my videos air 7 a.m. So if something else happened, okay, do the live that night at 8 o'clock. So I feel like there's enough time in between, but I'm really just trying to not have something go up every day, because it just seems like a lot to me. But it's hard to not have something go up every day because I do videos almost every day. So like, what am I going to do with that? Unless I do a multi-palette, multi-look video, because then not doing do a look 3 days in a row using a different palette, that's one video. But still, in between, there's still videos going up. So I don't know how to get out of it. Hey everyone, just popping in. I have potatoes boiling on the stove. Okay, Janessa, I thank you for being here when you could be. Kat says she has an ABH dupe, and it's one of my favorites. I think is Nouveau. I remember that one. That was a pretty color story too. Tanya's asking you if, okay, you saw that. I was supposed to go back home for a few days, but my car had other ideas. Oh, damn. So I'm cooking a late Christmas dinner. That's no fun. But I'm glad you're here. I'm not glad about the circumstance. Tanya said it's hard to let go of palettes for me, whether I use it or not. If I really don't use it, if I really know I'm not going to miss it, get rid of it. And the only reason that stuff is in Purgatory is because I'm like, I haven't used it in a while and I don't ever think to use it. So should I keep it or not? But sometimes I do think, what if I do a radical declutter? But then when I look at what's left, I'm like, I'll just wait till they die and then just let it go. Kim says, you're hoarders, Tanya. You know, as I say, you are hoarders. Excuse me. But I am thinking of changes that I'm going to be making for next year. A lot's been rolling around in this big head of mine. Tanya says, you are a part of my start to my workday breakfast with you. Tanya agrees that she's a hoarder. Oh my gosh. I've been watching a lot of more so frugal videos, not so much the minimalist ones, but because a lot of it resonates me on both sides. And so I'm just like, what am I going to do about that? Janessa says, yeah, the clutters get harder every year since I've been buying fewer brands and sticking to the ones I know and love. Exactly, Janessa. And that's where I'm at. Like, very seldom do I try something new, a new brand. And so, and that makes it difficult. And that also guides me in some of my purchases. I'm like, oh, I know that's going to work for me, so I'm going to get it. Tony says she doesn't declutter. She makes it work. That's what I've been doing, I think. With my, and I'm looking that way because my treasure box is over there, my Purgatory box. And I find myself doing that because using the stuff in my purgatory box, I have been just making it work. And there's nothing wrong with those palettes. It's just like, yeah, and so I do feel like I've started doing that. And so I really don't think anything is going to be trash from the trash or treasure. But I need to rearrange my station because I don't have any more space. I told y'all before, our palettes are just stacked up at this point because I don't have the space, and so something's got to change. But I don't know. And I could just put my palettes, some of them, I have a storage ottoman next to my station. I could put some of the palettes there because once I pull out a palette that I'm going to use for that day, I don't need to have all my other palettes still up here. You know what I'm saying? Cass says, I get rid of small numbers of products at a time due to wrong color or fragrance. Luckily, I have people in my family who don't who don't smell the perfume and have a more golden skin tone. That is really great because when I want to get rid of stuff, I'm like, who can I give this to? And so then I'm like texting people, hey, do you want such and such? Or if it is like the formula changed and I can tell that it's old, then I will throw it away. But most times I do try to find it a home because I do want stuff to have a good home and be used. Melissa says, Merry Christmas to everyone. I will catch the replay, but want to say hi. Okay, thank you, Melissa. I'm glad you popped in. Storage. No, I refuse to buy more storage. I refuse. And so the next thing I thought about was this palette. Notoriously Morbid Unearthly Aura. Everything in here is multi-chrome or dual chrome. This palette. Everything in here is multi-chrome or dual chrome. I faintly smell glue. I don't think I've smelled it in this palette before. So this is something where like Biba will come in handy for people who have to have mattes in their look because this is all multi-chrome and dual chrome shimmers. And even this one, look, yeah, this is a shimmer too. And it says on the thing, 16 pan palette with multi-chromes, dual chromes, and shimmers. So that's all that's in this palette. And so for people who have to have a matte, that's where like one of those little 5-pan matte palettes or Viseart palettes or Esom matte palettes would come in handy. But okay, Melissa, thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Same Dion. Nobody I know is in the makeup or fragrance. Yeah, I stay away from fragrance if possible. Oh my gosh, y'all. Somebody at the dinner was standing next to me, and his cologne was so strong. I was just like, because he was on this side, I was just like inhaling over here and exhaling over here because he was right here next to me. I was just like, and then when he would turn and walk away, it was like a backdraft. I was just like, okay, nah. The next thing I thought about was Bog Witch, my swamp water. And some of these mattes, it's only three. It's only 3 mattes in here. This one, and this one. And those would go well too with Mothman. So maybe I'll do that one day. I don't know. But I don't mind doing all shimmer looks. And some of those metallics in dual chromes, multi-chromes, and Mothman, some of them do blend out to look almost like a matte. But this, yeah. And this is different than the Yucca palette, the Yucca palette. Because I remember holding them up side by side before. Like, are these dupes? They are not. So this was the next one I had thought of. And then I thought of my Lethal Cosmetics 669 dupe. I think I'm backwards on your end. And that's what this looks like. Because since I can't have 669, I built my own. So, yeah. I was sad when I'm like, this palette is dying. But I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to create one. And I created one. Men never know when to stop spraying their cologne. I think sometimes, as we get older, sometimes our sense of smell decreases. And that's why, and it was a doctor that explained this to me, and that's why a lot of older women, their perfume is just like, oh my God, I'm choking to death, because they can't smell it, so they keep spraying it. And so I think that might be true for men too. So it's not that they're doing it intentionally. I think they just can't smell it. And so they just keep spraying it, not realize they spray it until they can smell it, which is way too strong for us regular um, sensitive nose people. You want more storage and it's overflowing. That's why I refuse, Tony. I used to buy storage before I downsized over here to this apartment. And every time I would buy more storage, I would fill it up. And I'm like, this is insane. I'm like, that's why I refuse. I will just rearrange my station and stuff like that and figure it out. But, and the thing is, I don't like anything in my apartment to look cluttered. And so when I'm stacking pallets, I'm like, that ain't supposed to be there like that. And it just irks me. So I do need to reorganize. I refuse to buy more storage. And I do like that everything is right here. I can reach out and touch whatever. But I was thinking I don't need to have all of my palettes right here. Just whatever I'm using for that day. And the rest can be on top of the storage ottoman. The storage ottoman I have, the lid, you can just put the lid on it and you can sit on it. Or you can flip it around and the lid fits upside down and it's a tray, a table tray, and it has handles. And so I can put my stuff there. That's next to my station. But yeah, I refuse. I refuse because I know I would fill it up. Just like sometimes when I would declutter, somebody would say out with the old, in with the new. But I'm like, the concept is to get rid of stuff, not so I could buy more stuff. But that's usually how it goes though, right? We get rid of stuff and then we fill it up again. I remember when I did a radical declutter of my lip products, which I'm looking at here, I got rid of half of it. So it was like a whole lot of space. And then now it's full again. Even though that was like a couple of years ago, but I could smell a delivery guy through the door once. Yeah, I think people just don't have a good sense of smell. That's what I think. What used to irk me was when I used to walk around a park and a jogger walked by and then there's this backdraft of like cologne or perfume. Why are you putting a perfume or cologne to go run around the park? Why? Anyway, yeah, Lethal 669. Yep, I love it. And none of the shadows are limited edition as of right now, so I could just continue repurchasing, when they die. And I like that Lethal's PAO is 24 months because that means I can have it for a long time. Whew. Can you imagine if ladies' perfume was as strong as men's? To me, some of them are. It's just a different type of tone. I mean, a different type of smell. It's not like that earthy, woodsy smell. It's more like a fruity rose smell or something. You know what I mean? But to me, strong is strong. So I'm just like, ugh. Can you imagine? Let me see. And they spray their sweaters so they get impregnated with this old stale perfume. Oh my gosh, Kat, that was funny. So the next thing I thought of, and this is where I realized I was cheating, was Isom. I'm like, I would keep both of these. One is the Intensity palette, which is a shimmer one, and that's this one. And the other one is the Balance palette, which is number 1. These two go hand in hand. I'm like, I cannot keep one and not the other. I'm like, I would take both of these. And y'all saw me do looks by Columns, and those looks were nice. Those looks were nice. I did it by Columns like this. And I did one look since then, like just, moving like around. So you know what, y'all? Except for this purple, if we were to put the black here, this could be that new Natasha palette, right? Take out this purple right here and move this black down here. This could be that Natasha palette, right? So maybe I won't get it. I'm lying. I'm going to get it. But, so I definitely, and again, I don't think makeup is a need. Hey, Joe. How you doing today? Isom reminds you of Byredo, and they use pigments. I don't, and they get 3.4 ounces compared to our 1 point standard size, which makes them spray more. My son is 33 and overdoes it. Oof. Ooh. Hey, Flower Girl, I just now saw you. Thank you for being here. Sometimes that's just male deodorant too strong. My thing is this, why do you need like fragrance in your deodorant? Like, don't you shower? And most body washes, soaps have a scent anyway. So it's like you're washing with a scent, then you're putting on deodorant with a scent, then you're going to put on perfume or cologne with a scent. I'm like, how much stuff? Like, I don't understand it. Like, why? Just wash and put on your lotion and you're good. I just don't, I never understood like all of that stuff. Kat says, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know, I've never understood. I got a lot of comments to catch them on. Y'all are chit-chatting away. I love that. You see my video, Joe. Oh, everybody's saying hi to everybody. Ooh, whenever I smell Axe, it reminds me of Vegas when my brother danced himself in that stuff. Drenched himself in that stuff. Who remembers Old Spice from back in the day? They revived that like 6, 7, 8 years ago. Old Spice. Oh my gosh. Tony says, don't get it. You have all those shades. I'm not making no promises, Tony. Because this is that though. I'm looking at it like this is it. This is that palette. Take this out. Move the black up here. And this is it. I'm not making no promises, Tony. I'm not making no promises. You are right though. I do need to not get it. And the good thing is I'm gonna know by right now. So if the longer I wait, maybe I won't still want it. But if I still want it by like March, I'm gonna just go ahead and get it. Because that's the thing with me. I do try to delay my gratification. And I do that with food. Like if I, not food here, but like if I want, like if I'm craving pizza, I'll be like, I'm not going to get it. If I still want pizza in a few days, then I'll go get it. And then sometimes I forget that I craved it. And then other times I'm just like, okay, is it Thursday yet? Can I go get my pizza? So sometimes I look forward to the days passing by, and then sometimes I forget all about it. And so we'll see what happens with that. And you know, if I get it, I'll let you know. And I do have those shades. Oh, you telling me? She said you have those shades many times over your collection. Yeah, I do, Tony. You're right. You're right. And I do always say I don't like dupes in my collection. You're right, Tony. You're right. You are right. I don't know what else to say right now because I don't want to lie and be like I ain't getting it. But you are right. I do. I'm allergic to fragrance, says Cat. Did I speak the flower fairy? I see that in Dawn's comment. Hi, flower fairy. If I didn't speak to you, I'm allergic to fragrance, says Cat. So everything is fragrance free: shampoo, soap, cleaning products, and everything. And some things that say no fragrance, some ingredients have their own natural fragrance. And so I appreciate when brands will say no added fragrance. And so that's telling you they didn't add it in there, but it might be in there just based on the ingredients. I don't like scented deodorant or antiperspirant. I don't use none of it. I don't understand it. If you wash, you should be good, right? Whew. You remember your dad's Old Spice. Yup, says Joe. I remember Old Spice. There is some in my bathroom now, says Tanya. You know, Tanya, I am not surprised you have it. Like, I'm really not. Old Spice still gets trendy here and there. And now that they have the different scents. And so there's a commercial where a guy has it, but his wife keeps taking it to use it. Tony said, I spray my perfume on my undershirt, my dress, or my pants or skirt on my scarf. I love perfume. Dawn says, remember soap on a rope. I do remember soap on a rope. Every dad, uncle, and grandpa got Christmas. Kat says Avon. Avon was notorious for soap on a rope. Says Tanya. Old Spice on a... I don't think it was Old Spice on a rope, but they might have did it too. Because it was more than one brand. Like one brand did it, and then other people started doing it. Hey, SK Air. Thank you for popping in. Avon has some strong perfume. I can't remember what I loved for a minute in 1995. What's makeup that What's makeup? What's a makeup that you were like, no, absolutely not. This ain't getting through. You mean as far as purchases? If it's regarding purchases, it would be a lot because my lids don't tolerate pressed pigments. And so if it's a brand that uses pressed pigments, that's an automatic no for me. The last one, y'all, are these three. The last one is three. This is Rusted Essence Volume 3 that they sent me in PR. And then I purchased Volume 1 and Volume 2. So I'm going to open them all up and we're going to look at them. So this makes 18. I'm supposed to only, what if I can only keep 10, but this is 18. And I don't care because it's all hypothetical, right? Right? It's hypothetical, right? So which one is number one? Let me see. All right, this is number one. And so they do look like the covers. Like there, you see quite a bit of bright orange on here, and you have some oranges in here. This one is volume 2, which has more purples, but they both have greens. Actually, all of them have greens. So this is volume 1. This one is volume 2. You know, the palette bingo with these might be nice. So I'm going to switch 2 to this hand. And this is volume 3. Volume 3 is the one. I am so awkward. I'm trying to pick it up, y'all, and I got stuff everywhere. This is volume 3. This shade, so all of them are different, and I refuse to choose just one, so I'm like, I would keep all 3. This is the shade that is almost unusable. The only way this works without me having to scrape it is with this brush. Not even that one. Where's that brush? This brush right here. This taper, because it's stiff. It's soft to use, but it's stiff. The easiest way for me to use this, almost the only way I can use this, is with this stiff brush. Oh, shit. I can't even, fuck. Is to swirl it in here and then put it for lower lash line. That's the only way I found that this will work unless I scrape it. And y'all know I'm lazy. I don't want to have to be scraping shadows and then tap the brush and then use it, then scrape it again and have to use it. So I think this one is just hard pressed, but it is really pretty though. So that's what I had to do to make it work, and it works. And so those are the 18 palettes from If I Can Only Keep 10. Yay me. I'm gonna get this brush because I feel like if I don't get it now and I'll forget, which means I need to move stuff. It just fell and rolled. Oh my gosh. Success. Success. Yeah, so those are the 18 If I Can Keep Only 10 palettes. Do I like... You know what? I'm looking at what I have, and I did think about what else, but then I'm like, no, like these 18, you know, they're cool. And I really did look to see like what else, because I felt like, okay, since I already cheated, thank y'all for the hearts. I'm like, since I already cheated, just get more. And so I was looking at what I have, and I'm like, nothing else hits the same. Because I did think about my MAC BYOPs, but then I have the Pride palette. So this is one of my MAC BYOPs. And some of the shades are similar, but not quite. And I do like each one of these for a different reason. And I built them the way I did for a reason. This is another one. But it's like, because even like this dark world, like I have those shades kind of. I have, you know, so I kind of have these shades. This is my third BYOP. And so, and even among my lethal palettes, I was looking at my lethals and it was hard. I'm going to rank my lethals one day, y'all, and it's going to be challenging because most of them are BYOPs and I put them together for a reason. Oh, thank you for all the smiley faces. And so I put them the way they are for a reason. And so it's going to be hard to rank them. But I'm gonna try and not think too much about it and do it like I did with the Natasha ranking and with my grunge slash goth palette ranking. Do I like Pat McGrath lip gloss scent? You find it tricky with glosses in their scents? I only have one, but I'm going to smell it and answer your question. I don't have a problem with this scent. To me, I like I have to really to smell it. Says me with sensitive sinuses. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with it because I can barely smell it. Yeah, so I was looking at what else I have, Tony, and nothing was like, because I thought about this one from MAC, Unfiltered Nudes, but then I'm like, I kind of have it. I love this palette. And then I looked at Future Flame. This is what that looks like. But looking at this one, now that I'm thinking about it, because I just looked at them, these are some of the tones in one of my MAC BYOPs. And so I did really look to see like what else, but nothing else was like, yeah, this is it. This is coming with me. You know what I mean? And I didn't want to just pick something just for the sake of picking. And so even though I feel like I cheated, you know, it was with a purpose. Because I'm like, I really do not want to be without that palette. So I don't, you know, I thought about Paint the Town Red, but then I'm like, I have reds. Says me who wants the new Natasha one, even though I have those tones. So this is Paint the Town Red. And the one I just showed you had reds in it. You know what I mean? So I was just like, But I would love to keep all of my Notorious palettes and all of my Lethal palettes. But so I tried to, you know, as I said, off the bat, like 8 just came to me. And I'm like, damn, I got 2 more. I'm like, what? And so those are the ones that, if I could only keep 10, those are the 18 I would keep. So what do y'all think about my picks? My neighbors must not be home because their dog has been barking off and on all day. Well, not all day, but at least the last couple hours. So what are y'all doing right now? Did y'all bring snacks with y'all? Did y'all bring y'all beverages? Because we're here as long, well, I was about to say we're here as long as y'all want us to be here, but we might be here till the sun come up. So I don't want to say that. But so we're just here. Like we don't really have an agenda, even though I did bring stuff to do. You like my selection, says Lock, a nice variety. Thank you. And that's what I thought about too, was like, But when stuff dies, I am just gonna let it die. Because I do want to have less stuff. I do. My sweet spot is like the mid-60s, and I have way more than that now, and it's annoying because of space. Tony's laying in the bed. Yo, when my alarm went off, I was just like, oh my God, am I really doing this tonight? Yeah, I am. So here I am. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all do message me. Happy holidays or something. And so I messaged back, same to you. Then he texts back, how are you doing? I text back, I'm okay, getting ready for my live stream. And so that was that. Because now I'm on my phone, so I can't even check to see like who texted or who didn't. But that's that story. See, even now I'm trying to put back the stuff I took out. Like something is somewhere where it wasn't. Because like everything, like, sorry for shaking you, fit like just perfect. And then, oh wait, that's subliminal. That goes here in the front. Because I do have them in number order. So where did I just put? I don't know. I'm laying down too, says cat. Yep, dude, says Lot. I'm just like, oh. I will say I was surprised. I will say I was surprised. I'm just like, oh, you still hovering around. The palette you selected gave me a nice. The palette I selected gave you a nice variety. Says Sarah, she's in bed. Y'all know what? This ain't fair. Ow. See, if I was in my regular chair, I would be able to put this back. But because I'm in my office chair, which is shorter than the stool, I can't even reach to put this in the back where it was. And you know what? Something needs to be moved. Like, what did I put where that this won't fit in the back? And now my shoulder's hurting from trying to reach. This is my bad shoulder. This one over here. Was Grunge Life up there? Let me move that. And this is the thing, y'all. Like, I have to move stuff to put stuff back because the spacing is so tight. What cereal? What cereal are you eating? Look, this arm is really hurting because I keep reaching back here. Because I want to put this, at least put this stuff. Damn it. See, this is what I don't like. But I took it from here. So what did I put where that this won't fit right now? That's what I'm trying to understand. Jiminy crickets. Something ain't right. Like what? What's cereal doing? I cannot get with sparkling water for some reason. I don't know what it is about it. And I've tried like different flavors. Somebody I know swore by, I forget what it was. And I just couldn't get with it. I was just like, I don't know what it was about it. Oh, my shoulder's hurting. And I am like insistent upon like putting this stuff back where it came from. And it's not even a big deal because I had told her already I need to rearrange anyway. But yeah. Oh, frosted mini wheats. I used to eat that. Dawn says she has blueberry cereal at your store. I bet it's not as good as when I was a kid. I bet you it's not too. Food is so different now. Flavors and stuff like that. Okay, I don't like sparkling water either. Jiminy cricket. That's a cat. Yeah, so I don't, let me just leave this here because I'm hurting myself. I just don't like this. I have out my, yo, it's just looking messy over here and I don't like it. I don't. But, because it looks cluttered when stuff is just stacked up. I'm gonna drink some. I'm trying to drink some 7-Up and it's not going well. Why? Like, what's happening? Because does it remind you of LaCroix? That's what it was. I knew people who swore by that, and I'm just like, what is this? Like fizzling piss? I'm like, what? I was like, I just could not. And they would buy it by the case. And I'm just like, y'all got some different kind of taste buds because that shit is nasty. Yeah, but I knew people who would not be without it at all. They would buy cases at a time. And I'm just like, you can have it. I cannot get this back where that was either. Y'all, this is ridiculous. Did I have it there? Like, where? I need help. Somebody call somebody. Maybe it was over here. Okay, don't fit that way if it's this way. That's not where it was because it just looks out of place. Where I just put it, it don't even look right. Yo, I really need to... Yo, I thought of another project to do, and I'm just like... And it's just weird to me because as tired as I am most of the time, I'm like, here I am thinking of more stuff to do. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. The flavors sound wonderful, but I don't like them. Very popular, so I can't stand the taste of those. I love the carbonation kick, so I stick with sparkling water versus soda sugar. Yeah, I get it, and that's why they drink a lot of it because they like it. And they're like, okay, I'm getting my water, and then I'm having that, you know, pretend soda type thing because of the carbonation. But I just couldn't get with that taste. Tony says she loves it. It's good when it's cold. I just could not. Topo Chico is my favorite. I never heard of that one. So, what do I want? Sip of Mountain Dew. So I have Mountain Dew here. I have open Skittles. Yo, I bought the plantain strips. The plantain chips, I took them with me to the family dinner last night, and I'm just like, here. Because somebody was saying return them, but I'm like I just didn't feel like it to make a special trip to the store. They were $3.99 each, and I'm like, that's not expensive, but yes, okay, $8. But having to drive there and back, and I am going back to BJ's. Well, I plan to go back to BJ's tomorrow, because they have a coupon for toilet paper, so I was going to use that. So I could have took them, but then I'm like, would I remember to have taken it? No, because I went to BJ's the other day. Well, what day was that? Monday, when I went out to the VA hospital, and I forgot to take them to return them. So I'm just like, and so I put them with my bag that I was going to take with me last night, and I just took those and gave them. And she was like, "Ooh, plantains!" So I cannot. I did have my doctor put palm oil on my allergen list. These have vegetable oil. The plantain chips that I was like, "Ooh, these are good." Yeah, they had palm oil. So, and I told the dermatologist, because that appointment was a follow-up, and I said, at least it was easy to narrow down, because I said I ate those. I looked at the ingredients: plantains, palm oil, sea salt. So I said, let me look at the ingredients on the strips: plantains, vegetable oil, salt. So I'm like, palm oil. That's it. So that was really easy. So I have this. They're down in here, and I have a bowl to dump some in if I feel like I need a snack. This is water in here. Tony says, you have Mountain Dew too? Google Topo Chico. It's in a clear bottle. Drinking cold, yum, the brand makes flavor one. I'm going to pass on that. Because if I buy it and don't like it, I'm going to be like, that darn lot. Got me out here with this stuff. Let's see, now you're making me want to snack on chips. These strips. I know it's backwards. I forgot it was backwards over here. They are so thin. Look at that. What if they did a spicy plantain? Oh, that would be good. If they had it like sprinkle sauce on ASMR folks, this cat. They are so good. And I dare say, even though the chips were good too, the strips are thinner. So if you want like thinner and more crunch, but the chips was good too. But my system was like, and I still have hives. And that was from like over the weekend. And I'm just like, when are they going to go away? And I didn't take Benadryl yesterday during the day because I knew I needed to drive to Jersey and then come back. So I'm like, I didn't want to be sleepy. Y'all, Benadryl knocks me on my ass. Like, for real. Oh, hey, Goodwin. Were you here earlier? I'm sorry if you were here and I didn't see you. Thank you for popping in. Lack says, I got a ghost pepper potato chip in the kitchen. Ooh. That sounds good. So do y'all want me to do some more ASMR? Yo, people be watching them ASMR videos. And the thing for me, since it's not what I do intentionally, I would have to think of like what I can do now. It'll be like ASMR brushing my hair, and the whole video 10 minutes brushing hair. ASMR, they'll have like just something miscellaneous. They'll be like ASMR scratching a bowl. I mean, they just be and I'm like, I'm not that creative. ASMR tapping on a water bottle, and they'll be doing this for like 5 minutes. And people be watching. They be getting good views. ASMR plantain chip bag. And look, they get views though. I'm just like, but it would be too much for me to think about what else can I do just to make noise. But yeah. Maybe I should throw that in here. ASMR tapping on a water bottle. Put that like every other week, do one video. The same when I take Benadryl, I need to be next to my bed because it takes me out before I realize what's up. I'm taking and be laying down on my sofa. Next thing I know, what I don't like about Tubi is it drives you crazy, says Tony. Is Tubi will automatically play the next video. And that's what I don't like. I'm like, just don't show nothing. Like Hulu, when the movie's over, is over. Netflix, when the movie's over, now they have it where it'll just show you previews of other movies, but it won't play a movie. I'll put a movie on Tubi, fall asleep, wake up, it's a whole different movie. And I'm like, what's happening? Because she has sensitive ears. Me too. So like all it, and they just be like, I'm just like, Even some videos I watch that they play music in the background, I turn it down. Like it's just something about how my ear or my brain processes sound that I'm just like, Especially my left one says cat. No one says she thought, well, let me see. You thought you was the only one. I don't mind the soft, but when they be all that, I'm just like, it just does something to, and what's weird is that I can do nails on a chalkboard. That has no effect on me whatsoever. I'm weird as hell. But like other stuff or some of the music and videos, I'm just like, I just cannot. And even when I would go for massages, I would say, can you turn off the music? And it's usually like the meditation music and you hear gongs. And I'm just like, can you turn that down? And they would say, do you want me to turn it off? I'm like, yes, please. Like the way my ear picks up that sound or the way it's hitting the nerve in my ear, something, I'm just, like, no. And that's why I will never have music on my videos, because I'm just, because I think, even though I'm like that, I wonder if other people are like that too. And so I'm like, I ain't going to do it. Your nails and chalkboard doesn't bother either, says Dawn. And that is so weird, because most people, they're just like, and I'm just like, do it again? Yeah, I don't feel it. Like, what? But yeah, it was just certain sounds. I just, like the sleep vibes that have ADS. Yeah. So, y'all, we've been here an hour and 17 minutes already. And so we're here just for whatever. Like, when y'all ready to go, just let me know. Thank you for, I got a lot of thumbs up. It's more thumbs up than people that's here right now, and that's interesting. But I know sometimes people go. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to refill this. This one had sponge tips in it, so I took out this packet. This had my lipstick applicators, and so I took this out to put in there. Yeah, because when I was doing that look, I'm like, where's my other lipstick applicator? It was under stuff. And this was from the Dollar Tree. It's backwards to y'all. Sorry, I forgot. It says Assured 3-in-1 cotton set. 10 cotton pads, 70 cotton swabs, and 10 cotton balls. And so I'm like, I'm going to keep this to put my sponge tips and my lipstick applicators in. And it fits perfect right here on my station. Oh, man. What was that? Oh, I'm like, what fell? I didn't know it was a hole at the bottom. So I dropped the lipstick applicators, and then 2 things fell. And I'm like, where'd that come from? I didn't know it was a hole in the bag. Darn, y'all. It hurts. Oh, I think I dropped 3. Oh my God, I can't even reach it. Y'all, ow, I hit my head on the table. I hope these was the only 3 down there. Oh, and I got to, ow. And I have 2 of my, not pillows, but cushions. Not even a cushion, throw pillows. I'm sitting on top of on my chair because I was trying to get higher up, but I'm not really. So I did have to lower the phone. You know what? I didn't even realize I didn't have the ring light on in the back. Excuse me. And look, why am I still opening it when it's a hole at the bottom? Y'all know I'll be making no sense. Clicking nails on packages is annoying. I don't like crinkling plastic. Excuse me. It's just it just hits my ear a certain way. The nerves in my ear a certain way. And I'm just like, can you turn it off, please? And so, yeah, that's why I don't put music to my videos. Somebody asked me before, why you don't put music in videos? I said, because it's too much for me. I'm like, it's too much for me. I apologize if that annoyed anybody. And so that, you know what? This is more than what was in there. So that's just going to go right in there. So now this is filled up again. Sponge tips and lipstick applicators. All right. So where are we, y'all? What are we doing? What is going on? Were you guys home all day or did y'all go out, like, with any family gatherings? So I went to Jersey yesterday, hung out there a few hours, came home. Traffic was really good. My GPS took me a way that it's never taken me before. It said, because it always finds the best route or route, however you say the word. And it usually just takes me over Delaware Memorial Bridge. And on the other side of the bridge, well, halfway across the bridge is New Jersey. And then up 295. And then from there, get off exit 50-something to get to my cousin's house. So it's like easy peasy, right? Straight shot. And so it said best route. And it took me, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, where is the ASMR? I've got to go. I'm done, Tony. I'm done. I'm done with ASMR. And I'm just like, I'd rather go away that I know good when you just finished dinner with in-laws. What did y'all have to eat? Tell us the good stuff. What y'all eat? And then I had a thought, let me just go the way that I know. Because y'all know I be getting lost easy. And then I said no, because you know why? If this is telling me this is the best route, that means there's something going on that other route. And so I went where it said, no problems at all. And traffic was good. Traffic was flowing at like 60, 65. And y'all know people be going like 80. But everybody was being sensible. I was just like, okay. And it's an hour ride from here to there. It still took me just an hour. So I was like, okay, cool. So coming home, my cousin that lives here in Delaware, the cheerleader's mom, the one whose dad passed away recently, I'm not sure, but I think she went a different way than I went. And she was like, traffic is bad. People, driving like they drunk and that. I'm like, I said, I didn't experience none of that. So it brought me back home the same way it took me there. And this one car, everybody going like 60, 65. And I will say traffic was semi-congested, but it was flowing at 60, 65. And then it was this one car that just like zipping through the lanes. And I'm like, why? Like, what? So, but it was only that one. It was only that one when I was coming back. So I was glad I got there safe and got home safe. But going, it was easy. And once that zipper, got past all of us, it was good. As a pressed pigment sensitive girly, what are some products to avoid? I avoid all eyeshadow palettes that have pressed pigments instead of eyeshadows in it. I can do pressed pigments on my face, just not on my eyelids, because I have a really bad reaction to that. So, Danessa Myricks, I love her with all my soul and all my intellect and all my heart, but her products I cannot use because her palettes that you see people using on their eyes, a lot of it is not eyeshadow. And that's why some brands will say face and eye palette, or it'll say eye pigment palette. Or if you look on the back, it'll say eyeshadow ingredients, and then it'll say pressed pigment ingredients. And some will even say not intended for eye use, which pressed pigments over a certain percentage are not intended for eye use. And so I've learned to really just pay attention to what they're calling something. I like that Notoriously Morbid will say eyeshadow palette. Other brands will be like eyeshadow palette. And so it can be tricky because overseas, like here in the US, they have to say. But overseas, they don't have to say because it's approved over there. So that can make it tricky buying from international brands for me. And so I do just, look at the ingredients, look at what they're calling it. I'm looking at videos. And what annoys me, and I know it annoys me because I have that sensitivity, but it seems like very few content creators will say, this is a pressed pigment palette. So they'll just pick something up. I almost dropped something again. And they'll just start using it on their eyelids, but it might be pressed pigments. But they seldom say, there's very few that will say this is a pressed pigment palette, or this shade isn't intended for the eye, and then you see it put it on because they don't have that sensitivity. But for me, I have to pay attention because I don't want to buy something and can't use it. And it has happened before because the brand didn't say. And so there were some minor issues with that, but it was worked out. I have a couple of videos about that, but it turned out well. And so that's why I only have, I think, maybe a dozen different eyeshadow brands, because those are the ones that work for me. And so, yeah, so if you know you can't, that your eyelids, because for me, my face can tolerate it, my eyelids cannot. So I just stay away from whatever brand that use pressed pigments in their eyeshadows, well, in their palettes. Because if you see this, you're going to think this is for your eyes. And everything in there might not be intended to use on the eyes. But yeah, so if you know specifically what you're allergic to, you would just have to really pay attention to the ingredients. And that can be challenging because sometimes it depends on the percent. I have a whole video about pressed pigments and heavy metals in our makeup. And so there is, I forget what percentage pressed pigments can be in an eyeshadow, and they still call it an eyeshadow. Over a certain percentage, they have to say pressed pigments, and that is when it's not intended for the eye. So it can be kind of tricky, but it's been quite a learning lesson for me. Cass says, I don't feel up to eating today. I'll maybe try to make some french fries, something bland. I do hope you feel better, Kat. Dawn says she loves driving. It's like road warrior here. And I don't get it. I'm like, is it really that important? Like, and in my mind, I'm like, is it that important for you to drive in a way that you might be risking your life and somebody else's? And if it is that important, what if you don't never make it there? So, you know what I'm saying? So just take your time. Make sure you get there safe. And this is why you didn't know that. Yes, a lot. So I do have 2 videos. One is heavy metals in makeup, and the other one, I forget what the title is, but the other one is also about pressed pigments being used as eyeshadows. Oh, you got subliminal for Christmas? Oh, I hope you enjoy it. That's my favorite mothership. That's my favorite mothership. Ghost pepper chips is from Trader Joe's. I don't know if I've seen those. And you know, I stay out of Trader Joe's, honestly, because they get on my nerves. Because if I start to really love something, then they don't sell it anymore. And I'm like, why are you playing with my emotions? So I seldom go in there. I'm just like, y'all just playing with my emotions at this point. So I am just going to sit here and do a look with this palette. I thank y'all for being here. And I'm like, this is going to be interactive too. I'm like, y'all wanted this? Y'all got to talk. Because I really wanted it to be unstructured, not just be like, this is what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so it is really great that y'all are like really chatting. So it is really just like, if you home, don't have nothing to do, just pop in. And y'all popped in. I rarely have eye irritations, but when it does happen, I'm out of commission for a week. My reaction on my lids to pressed pigments can last up to 3 days. And I'm just like, so what I used in that video I did, I used this column for one look, for look number 1, this column for look number 2, and I used this shade for transition for one of the looks, this shade for transition for another one of the looks, and I think that was it. So what we have left are these 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and I think we can make it happen. I kind of think, and both the looks look almost identical. Like if nobody knew it was 2 different looks, I don't think anybody would have noticed. And stuff, some of it did blend in, like this shade I think blended in, and that's why I didn't get this before. I'm like, these tones are going to blend in with my complexion, but the looks were pretty. But to have one like these 3 on one lid and these 3 on another lid, they look almost the same. You would have to be nuanced and be like, oh, well, that one is more, this one is more coppery, this one is more gold, orange type of thing. But if you're not really like, you wouldn't notice it. What brands are you looking forward to their 2025 releases? Me, like, nobody. I would say, honestly, like Notoriously Morbid. Lethal is iffy because they seem to be putting out stuff that I don't want right now. I and I did get Midnight Serenade, which I almost, excuse me, which I almost didn't get because it was lighter than I wanted, but I got it and I do like it, but it's like I wasn't excited about it. So I can't even really say lethal at this point. When they came out with Evergreen and Metamorphosis, I didn't want an all green palette and I didn't want an all reddish palette, and so I picked shades from each one and did a BYOP with shades from both of those palettes because I didn't want the whole thing. But where lethal gets me is building palettes. Notoriously more because that's my vibe. And I only have a dozen brands. So I'm not excited about Pat because Nomad is iffy. And not just because they do use pressed pigments in some of their palettes, but just because the color stories aren't always really my vibe, even though I do like the looks that I do. It's just not like, oh, I can't wait to see what comes out. So I'm really just kind of ambivalent about it. And I'm looking over here at what I have, and it's just like, so I guess for the most part, I'm content. And I think what keeps me from being excited about stuff is knowing that I can't wear a lot of stuff. So it's like, okay, what else? What are you looking forward? You only see 3 shades. Yeah, right? Copper, red, and tan. Copper, red, and tan. I was looking at them looks like, yeah, they do look the same. The only thing that I think would make it different is implementing one of these two in the look. But and I got this knowing, and I need to change my mindset. I got this knowing it would work for me and that I like these formulas. You didn't answer my questions for a long time. Untubing you. Okay, Insanity Game. That's fine. I don't remember what your question was or if I even seen it, but okay. Thank you for popping in when you could. Have a good evening. So, and I like the formula. I never heard the term untubing before. That's a new one for me. Okay. And I need to change that mindset. Like, don't just get something because I know that it'll work. But with Natasha, I know it's going to work and I know it's going to be pretty. So, or you were just kidding. What was your question? I don't even know if I remember you being in here. Like, because I do try to pay attention when comments come up. And then I look to see who commented it. Did you just get here? Because I'm looking through the chat and I don't even see your name up here. So, like, did you just get here? It was a good day. How old are you? Old enough to know not to play games. And I will leave that right there. Because surprisingly, a lot of older people do still want to play games. And we're just here to have fun and play and make up. So that's what your question was how old I was? I'm thinking I've been liking green in my brows a lot lately. But do I want to do green again or purple? I'm going to do a green. We are going to do a green, which I've been doing greens a lot lately. And actually, we're going to use the melt green because it's a darker green than the Inglot, and this one is Fortune. So we're going to do that. I think that'll go nice with a bronzy-ish type look. And maybe I'll put this on my lips from Martine Cosmetics. This is Eleanor. I threw away the Dark Forest because I went to use it yesterday and it didn't smell right. This still smells okay. So if I don't forget, we'll use that because I am just putting it back right now, so I'll probably forget. So, what else is happening, y'all? Everybody fall asleep? So we're going to put Fortune in our brows. We're going to use a V09. I'm going to have to remember later to take pictures of this look. And so, have you ever tried Charlotte Tilbury eyeshadow quads? I have not. I don't have anything from Charlotte Tilbury. The stuff that I was curious about, like her powders and things, they have fragrance in them, and so I never got them. And so I don't have anything. But looking at the color story, it's not really a color story that I gravitate to with her palettes. And so, yeah, I don't have anything from her. It seems like she does a lot of pinkish type palettes. Locking her 2025 releases. You're curious to see brands Byredo. Byredo stuff is really interesting. But press Pigments. You're interested. You're curious about Pat. I would say curious, but not excited because I feel it's going to be the same type of stuff as we've had over the last couple of years. And so I'm just like, Fenty, Davina, Chanel, Photo Surgeons, and Lisa. Oh my gosh, Locke, you lost me on all of those because I don't have any. I don't have any of those. Natasha Denona. I like when Natasha does something different, like the Yucca palette, the Xenon palette. Like she does do different stuff, and so that excites me with her palettes. And even though like I got golden, which doesn't, it all blends in. Now I got bronze, which blends in. Like I know it's gonna work and I know it's gonna be pretty. But because I only use like so few brands, curious to see actually purchasing is another story. Absolutely. Because I could be like, oh, Notoriously Boy coming out with something new. Don't want it. I wonder if I'm still on their team. Like I don't even know. I don't even know. And I still have credit to use, but the stuff that I've purchased is what I wanted. And so like I don't even know, like I don't want to just get something just to get it. You know what I mean? And so and Mothman isn't even available no more because I did look to see because I know, well, because I saw something before and it's like Mothman has been restocked, but it was always on the website. So I never knew that it was out of stock. But now it's not even on the website. And I'm like, damn. Because that's one I would definitely have repurchased. But it looks like it's gone for good. Same as Martine Cosmetics 669. Martine Cosmetics 669. I'm a tad irritated, but I'm not. Because now they're doing skincare. For like the last year, they've been doing skincare. And I'm like, I don't want skincare. I want eyeshadow palettes. But, yeah. And the only palettes that interested me, which I got, was 669, of course. That was my introduction to the brand. And then Mission Triple X. And what was the other one that I got and I didn't keep? I forget what the other one was. Shoot, I could see it, but what was the name of it? I don't remember what the name of it was. It was a lighter color story, and it was pretty. Dang, I don't even remember what the name of it was. And I don't know if I gave it away or threw it away. I'm sure I would have tried to find it at home first. It was one that I was surprised I purchased, and some of you were like, I'm surprised you purchased it too, because that's not really your color story. But I got it because I knew, which is why I keep saying I need to change my mindset about it. I got it because I knew it was going to work for me. But it was Moolah Bank. That's what it was. It was a Moolah Bank palette. And I ended up not keeping it. But after that, like, and then like the Diner palette, that was like light pastels. Their Shark one, the blue one. I was just like, Do you think some celebrities just make makeup products, brands to make them? Yes. And what I'm thinking about is the Kardashian Jenner crew. I think they just do stuff for money grabs. But that's just my opinion. Jennifer Lopez. I mean, I'm not knocking the hustle, but you can't tell me. And the thing is even especially with skincare, if you have a skincare brand developed and then you're promoting it and you're like, this is how my skin looks. Well, you just made this last year. So all your life you haven't been using this. So why would I be impressed about how your skin looks now? Y'all see what I'm saying? Like you, and if it is true that you were just slathering on olive oil, you could just say, go buy a bottle of olive oil. So I'm just, like, when I think about it, it doesn't make sense. You have not been using this product for the last 20, 30 years, but you're saying this product, this is why my skin looks like this. No, it's not because of that product. It's because of whatever else you've been using and or how your genetic makeup is made up. Are you doing your makeup, Dion? Yes. You gonna do your makeup while I'm doing mine, Kat? I think some celebrities really get into their lines and learn a lot. Others not so much. And that's what I appreciate about Rihanna. Like she uses her stuff. Lady Gaga, she uses her stuff. And you see these other celebrities with the brands and they just be talking and it's like what you're saying isn't making sense. Like but anyway, that's just me. It's always me. It's just me. It's always me. I think I'm gonna still use the soft lip. I don't think so. I'm dragging right now. Okay. Right, Dawn? It's like it just doesn't make sense. And even when the little Jenner girl, Kardashian Jenner girl, when she came out with the lip kits, I'm not knocking, excuse me. I'm like, girl, you got fillers. How are you going to sell me a lip kit? Like, oh, look at what it did. You got it's fillers. It's just like make it make sense. But it's and maybe because I'm older, because people were flocking and the stuff was selling out. And I'm like, if you think about it, this is not why her lips look like that. But whatever, it's your money. Those are the two I'm referring to. Yeah, it's just. But I love that Rihanna is hands-on. I love, and she does what Natasha does. When Natasha comes out with something new, she'll do videos for YouTube showing how to use it, different looks you can do. And I'm like, that is really cool. And Rihanna does the same thing. It'll be, she'll have some shorts up or whatever of Priscilla Ono, I think is her name, her global makeup artist person. And, she'll be doing somebody's makeup, using the new thing. And I love how they do that. Like Rhode and Rare Beauty, for example. What did I try from Rare Beauty? I tried some of their brushes, but it is something else that I tried. This is the Milk Hydro Good Primer. But I don't remember what it was. I don't think I've ever tried her, excuse me if you heard that in my throat. I don't think I've ever tried any of her makeup. I want to say I did, but I don't remember what it was. I think I did like early on, but I cannot remember what it was I tried. But whatever it was, I wasn't impressed. And so I don't even remember what it was. And I don't have anything from her brand. And I even had a couple of her brushes. But those didn't really like float my boat either. I hadn't gotten her concealer brush. But the way, I like how it was shaped. But the way the ferrule was, it was in a triangle shape. It was hard for me to squeeze the soap and water out because of how it was shaped. And so it was like, pushing on the triangular shape of the oh my gosh, I'm not making sense. Having trouble with the shape of it as far as getting the soap and water out of it. And I think it might have been her first batch or something, I don't know. But looking at reviews when it first came out, people were like, oh, the brush fell apart, the concealer brush fell apart. I'm just like, So I did purchase the foundation brush and the concealer brush, and I think I ended up returning them or giving them away. And I haven't tried any of her makeup. And I know some people do swear by it and they love this stuff, but I'm content pretty much with the stuff I have. And so I'm not always trying to find the next best thing. If I'm content with what I have, why just buy stuff just to see? And I know it's a thing, people want to try new formulas. They just want to see. But I'm just like, the way my bank account is set up, I can't just be buying stuff just to see. I want to buy stuff that I know or really believe is going to work for me. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't have anything from her brand. I don't have anything from Gwen either, Locke. I do have a Shop My link. I have a lot of links shown in my description box. Some people do really like the lipsticks. And some of her stuff I saw like in TJ Maxx and Marshall. So I'm just like, oh, that's interesting. And that doesn't mean a brand is doing good or bad when you see them in TJ Maxx or Marshalls. What that means is whatever third party purchased the products aren't selling for that third party like they thought they would. So it ends up in TJ Maxx or Marshalls because they're trying to clear out stock. That's what that means. So it's not that the brand isn't doing good. It's whatever third party purchased it. It's not selling well for them. And the TJ Maxx and Marshalls nearest me, it's very seldom any of high class luxury makeup. But when I go further out, TJ Maxx and Marshalls will have Pat, they'll have Gwen Stefani, they'll have MAC stuff. And so part of it is, okay, if this is where I have to go to find this in TJ Maxx or Marshalls, that means this community right here, they're not buying it. And so that's how it ends up in TJ Maxx or Marshalls. Goodwin says she loves TJ Maxx. The one closest to me looks like a thrift store. I'm just like, I just cannot, like, it's horrible. But the Marshalls near me, you know, this stuff, you know, it's pretty decent. But when I saw Pat stuff before, that was one that was like further out. Let me see, I'm missing comments. Oh, Gwen uses her too. I think, you know, you are right, like Selena does, but I don't be paying attention. It's just something that it just doesn't interest me. It may be because I'm just content, I guess. Whew. I didn't know that Gwen was fading. Things being discounted and not talked about much. But is it not talked about because it's not new anymore? Because you know how the beauty YouTube is. If it ain't new, just like MAC to me is still an OG, but you don't hear anybody talking about it because they don't really market that much. Number one, and number two, they don't come out with collections every other week. So, do you think celebrities ruined or devalued the beauty industry? I don't think they ruined it. I think, and I don't want to say devalued the money industry. I think it's a hustle. Because if you can make money doing it, why not? Why not try? And I said that this was a while ago when I was talking about it in whatever video it was. I was saying how MAC started selling skincare. Martine Cosmetics started selling skincare. Somebody else started selling skincare. And I said, I get it. Skincare is hot right now, so why not? Because that's where the money is. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think celebrities ruin it or devalue it. I think they're just trying to get in and get some money, depending on the person. Because like the celebrities who use their stuff and they can do a video and they're using it and talking about it, and you can tell that they are invested in it emotionally, that makes a difference. You're just gonna come in here and just put on a lipstick and be like, yeah, and then leave. I'm like, girl, you know what I'm saying? And so I do think it's a difference. And so I do think, what I think devalues stuff is when you have a brand that every week they coming out with something new. It's just like, can you just give us a chance to catch up with the last 3 things you came out with? And Alter Ego, they do dupes of other stuff, and you can look at it and tell what they're duping, which is cool for that stuff. Like that might devalue makeup, because if you are duping stuff, and e.l.f. is another brand that's good for that, and I'm not knocking it, because some people don't want to spend a certain amount of money. And so if you just want that color story, talking about like Natasha Nona against the Alter Ego, if you just want the color story and you're okay with the formula, then yeah, go ahead and get the Alter Ego. But for me, back in the day, I did try Alter Ego, and I'm like, give me Natasha's formula. Like, I didn't like the formula of the Alter Ego, but there's some people, if they just want the color story, or if you really do like the formula, because liking or not liking the formula, that's just preference, right? So if they like the formula and you want to get a dupe, then, you know, go for it. But in a way, I think that may devalue the cost of makeup. If you know, I can order this for $16 instead of paying $69 for this. You know what I'm saying? And so it depends on like what the person wants. But I do think that devalues the cost of makeup, because, and that's like with anything else. If you know you can go to a thrift store and get a shirt that's been worn, well, however many times, but it still looks new, and you buy it, why would I go to a department store and buy a shirt? You know what I mean? So I think it helps people to spend less and still get the look that they want to get. But then it's, like I said, it comes down to what formulas you like. And I didn't like their formula. But that was maybe like 20 years ago when I tried Alter Ego. So, because once you find something that you like that's cheaper than the original, I think that's where you would stay. Because why would you ever buy Natasha Denona if you like Alter Ego formula, and it's a whole lot cheaper. You see what I mean? So in a way, I think it devalues the brand they're duping, but I don't have a problem with it per se, because everybody don't want to spend that kind of money. Everybody may not be able to spend that kind of money, even on sale. And so some people do get annoyed by it and upset by it, but I'm like, hey, just get what you like. It is about preference and what your wallet says. But for me, though, I'd rather have quality over quantity. And so that's why I stick to the brands that I have. Because when I had Alter Ego, I did not like the formula. And I could have been like, well, it's cheaper, I'll keep it. I didn't keep it because I didn't like the formula. So it's worth it for me to get something that I like, because then I know I'm going to use it. You know what I mean? But I do think it may devalue that brand. But then wait for sales, get coupons. So I'm like, nobody has to pay full price for makeup, because there's sales somewhere. Or give hints like, hey, give me a gift card to such and such. And they give you the gift card and you go buy it. So that's what I think about that. It does annoy me, though, when I think it is a cash grab from a celebrity. But again, I'm not knocking the hustle. If you see this thing happening, excuse me, and you can make money off of it, go for it and see. Because I was upset not upset, I was irritated, excuse me, when I had purchased something at MAC and they gave me a bunch of skincare little samples. I'm like, I didn't come in the MAC store for skincare. I came in here for makeup. Like, can you just give me a free eyeshadow? Like, but so it just depends on, how you view things and what your preferences are, excuse me. But and again, I don't knock the hustle. Because I tell you what, on top of my mustache area being disrespectful, if I would have liked their formula, I would have been buying a whole lot of stuff from Alter Ego. I can tell you that. Because why spend more for something when you can get something you like just as much for cheaper? You know what I mean? Let me see, I missed something. I don't know if it looks like it, but I enjoy her products. I'm talking about Gwen. And it says, when 2020, a lot of people, including celebs, were trying some side hustle beauty brands and podcasts. Whew, ain't that right? Lisa, I enjoyed one for Claus's purchase twice. I don't think I purchased anything from her brand. I feel like I'm lying. I'm thinking I tried something and I didn't care for it, but I can't remember what it was. Let me scroll up. I have some things that winners here, I guess, are TJ Maxx. Okay. Mothership TJ Maxx, sadly, it's my dream. Somebody way back was finding Midnight Sun in TJ Maxx and Marshalls. Like, way back. And I'm just like, what? Fucking kidding me? I said, not around here, though. Lisa says she has a list of products. Goodwin says, me too. I have that podcast. It gets my imagination going. Yeah, they were finding Midnight Sun. I was like, damn. I'll find some things that winners here. And Alicia, she found a lot of them. Interesting thought, perhaps, but I feel like most consumers can see through the hustle for what it is. Consumers may dabble, but we usually go back to or stick with the brands we have enjoyed. I would say, this one, I'm gonna call her little girl because I am guessing she was way younger than me. I had commented under somebody's video because they were asking about the lip kits thing from Kylie Jenner or whatever, and I had commented under the video saying I don't have anything from the brand. I already have brands, lip products that I like. And somebody commented to me, you really should try her stuff. It's really good. And I commented back to that person saying I'm not interested in her products. And they commented back, you should really try it. I said, I'm a middle-aged black woman. That brand is not made for my demographic. They didn't comment back after that. But some people were so hardcore. And I'm just like, and like I said earlier, like her lips aren't like that from the product. She got fillers. So how are you going to try to tell me more than one time that I need to try it? No. And so everybody can't see through it, lot. Everybody can't see through it. I'm just like, because that was just a money grab. First of all, they don't even do their own makeup as far as I know. They have makeup artists that do their makeup. So how are you going to try and sell me something that you don't use and that you don't need and that didn't make your lips like that because you got cosmetic surgery type stuff or fillers? But then that's just me. And maybe because I'm older, I think about them things. Yeah, but this person was really trying to tell me I am not their target demographic. I feel like oversaturation of similar things is overwhelming for me, says Locke, and devalue some aspect of it. That too. And even though I don't buy a lot of new stuff, I seldom buy new stuff, I get tired of seeing the videos. I know when something has just been released because it'll be the first 8 videos that's showing up under recommendations or on my subscription feed. I'm like, oh, such and such must have just came out with this palette today. And it just, I'm just like, okay. So we're going to put this foundation on. Yeah, nothing there is $16 for a long time. I really value quality over quantity. Same here, Locke. Quality over quantity. And I will save up. Well, no, I won't save up. I will wait for a sale or a coupon code before I buy it. What's the saying? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Exactly. And so I don't fault them for it. Because if you think you can do this hustle and get money, go for it. But I don't think I could use this mirror because that's going to block. Y'all can't even see the comments with that. This is the one I usually have here. This is the one that's at my desk. And since I had to lower my phone, well, lower the bracket that holds the phone, I had to bring over this little mirror. So I'm looking down here like, I can't see. Yeah, and so that's why I don't knock it. And then if somebody finds something they like, go for it. What's funny to me, though, not in a ha-ha way, but in an irritating way, is when e.l.f. came out with their Power Grip primer. And it was all these videos. This is a dupe for Hydro Grip, Milk's Hydro Grip primer, blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same. Da-da-da-da-da. I'll try it. Y'all, that stuff dried my skin out so friggin' much. I'm like, this is not a dupe for me. Because the Milk Hydro Grip don't dry out my skin. My skin was so dry that it felt dry. Like even just sitting here talking, it felt like it was cracking. Like if I laugh or smile, it felt like it was cracking. It felt like my skin was cracking. I said, you can't tell me this is a dupe for that. But people who don't have sensitive skin, okay, maybe for you. But nothing I've tried that they said is a dupe for something, it was never a dupe for me. It would irritate my skin or something else weird would happen. And so it goes back to quality for me, and it's subjective. And so for people who love it, I love it for you. If it works for you, great, because it's a lot less expensive than this thing right here, the Milk one. But my skin is like, no, boo-boo, no, we ain't doing that. Opinions on scented eyeshadow palettes, such as the Too Faced ones for sensitive eyes. I've learned a long time ago to stay away from Too Faced. I do not need my makeup to smell like chocolate. Like, why? It smells like sugar bread. No, not sugar bread, gingerbread. Why? Why? I don't understand it. Like, what? So even back in the day, I'm talking like 20, 25 years ago, I would see their palettes and I'm like, oh, that's cute. And people were like, oh, the scent. I said, I ain't getting it. And I think I did get something at one point and I returned it. I'm like, I cannot, with my sensitive sinuses, I don't want to be smelling my eyeshadow all day. And so I stopped. So I don't even check for them anymore as of like 20 years ago. But it was just like, why? Like, I don't understand. Unless they're trying to pretend it's luxurious, because I understand like Charlotte Tilbury and other brands, like luxury for some reason. Luxury makeup for some reason is synonymous with fragrance, and I don't understand that either. So I'm just paying for it because it smells like roses. I have allergies. I don't like the smell of roses. It makes my nose itch and it makes me sneeze and my eyes water. So, but I don't like, why? Oh, it smells like strawberries. Why? Like, what? I don't, like, tell me why they think it's important for eyeshadow to smell like food. I just want to know, like, why? Some people love it though, but I like to understand things, and I don't understand that. And nobody's been able to explain to me like why, except when I heard for luxury makeup, it's synonymous with, you know, you smell good. And that goes back to what we talked about earlier. If you wash every day and you use deodorant, why do you need all these different scents on your body? And now you got makeup that smells like stuff? Like, why? Like, what? I just don't understand. Goodwin says, I love to smell like a pastry. You smell like an everything bagel. Cheese strudel. Oh my gosh. Scones. You walk around smelling like a bakery. But you know, for people who like it though, like I'm like, you know, if they like it, I love it for them. But I just don't understand why. She said yes, everything bagel, and those are really good, by the way. I saw some last week in Aldi's, and I'm like, nope, keep walking, because then I would have to buy cream cheese, and I'm like, no, and I always run out of cream cheese before the bagel, or the bagel before the cream cheese, and so I have cream cheese left. Then I'm like, I gotta get more bagels, and then at that point, then I run out of bagels, and I mean cream cheese, and then so it becomes this unending saga. Bagels and cream cheese. I'm left with cream cheese. So then I go get bagels, and then I run out of cream cheese. Then I go get more cream cheese, and so I'm like, I'm not even going to get either one. How about that? I'll just get the cranberry oatmeal cookies. I think, would you spray perfume on your eyes? I just wish somebody would explain it to me where I can understand like why Too Faced does that. And at this point, like I know that's part of their branding, that you know the palettes all smell like something, but I'm just like, why? Unless they just want it to be different, and it is different because that is the one brand that is always the eyeshadow palettes always want to smell like food. So maybe that's what they wanted, to be unique in that sense. And if that was the purpose, they are unique in that sense. But I'm like, why? I just don't understand. I just don't understand. And it's not even important that I do understand. I'm just like, ugh. That's that thing I kept picking. And it was almost healed, and I had the nerve to still pick it. Like, why? Okay. So what are y'all up to now, y'all? Like, everybody still want to hang out? I'm surprised y'all here hanging. But you know, if I wasn't doing a live and somebody I watched on a regular basis was having one, I would be there too. Because it's either watch a live or watch a movie. I've been watching more movies on YouTube now than before, and I have been watching like a lot less beauty related videos. Because this time of year, it's like everybody's doing it. Not everybody. The clutter, the haul, whatever. And I'm just like how many of those do I need to see? And I don't need to see any of them, but it starts to be redundant. That's what it is. It starts to be redundant. Like, okay, here's another video with the end of the year declutter. And I'm just like, I just lose interest, which may sound bad. I put concealer over here on top of that liner by mistake. Because it was tapered down, and now it's not. We're going to leave that like that. So I have lots of thoughts. I don't understand perfuming our dishes either. What? It's like having the smelly pens. This is a good one. You mean like fragrance and dish soap? Is that what you mean? Right, Dawn. End of your declutter, then a huge haul in January. Like, make it make sense. That's that out with the old, in with the new mentality. And I'm just like, I saw a thumbnail. It's somebody who was on YouTube, and then they kind of disappeared, and then they came back. And I saw the thumbnail, over 2 hours, and it was massive haul, and they listed some of the brands. And I'm like, you have 2 hours worth of stuff to show? Like, damn. Excuse me. I heard that in my throat. But I'm just like, but you can just rub some lavender or lemon on your plates. Just say Christmas dinner, might take a bath with Dr. Tills later to sleep. Love relaxing, eating popcorn and watching. Relaxing, eating popcorn and watching. Oh my gosh, I just had a flashback, Kat, of when you said lavender. What palette was that? I don't know if it was Fête de Provence from Nomad. This side feels like it wants to tear. Um, they had sent me PR, and there was a little satchel with lavender in it, and I was just like, as soon as I opened the package, I was like, oh my god, I smell something, and then so I sent it to somebody who said they love lavender scent. I'm like, I'll send you. It was like a little satchel, a little pouch about this big, full of lavender, and my allergies. Like as soon as I opened the box, I was just like, oh my god. Okay, Goodwin, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Lax says, I feel the same way this time of year, participating on posting every day. I feel exhausted. I do not have time to enjoy other people's content. That is true. Yeah, it was lavender. And I forget, I don't remember if it was Fête de Provence, but it was one of their collections, and somehow the lavender fit in with the theme of their launch, but I forget how. And I'm not even sure if it was Fête de Provence. This is here because my eye is tearing. The trend this year I noticed are the super extended declutters, overabundance of it all. And that, honestly, that sickens me. And somebody said something that made sense to me. They said, when you're watching these massive declutters of like 500 palettes or whatever, the majority of that they got in PR. So they're like, even though they're doing declutters, they didn't buy most of that stuff. And when I heard that, I'm like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Because I don't think the regular person would even have like 500 palettes unless you just keep stuff for forever. Because once a formula changes for me, I throw it away. If it has life left in it and I don't use it anymore, I'll give it away. But like what regular person would have like 500 palettes? But that made sense to me. They were like, yeah, you got to think most of them get most of that NPR. They're not buying it. Because I would be like, why would you even have all these palettes just to declutter all these palettes at the end of the year? Like, make it make sense. And it didn't. But when I heard somebody say that, it made sense. The only fragrance I like is natural, but even then, it's still a little strong. That is true. And that goes back to how something may say no added fragrance, but just because of the ingredients, some of those ingredients may have fragrance. And so it's just like, but that is that. I'm glad the decluttering encourages me I'm glad the declutter encourages me to be intentional and have a small collection of makeup that my normal beauty enthusiast like me feels comfortable having. Yeah. And I'm overwhelmed with what I have now. I have 80. Last I counted was 80 something, but then when I counted, I was waiting on the Notoriously Morbid stuff to come in. So I am like way over my sweet spot. And it does make me feel overwhelmed. But then when I look at stuff to declutter, I'm like, I like what I have, except the Purgatory box. But then as I use that stuff, I'm like, I do like this. I'm going to keep it. So I'm like back where I started. Yeah, I'm looking down at my eyeshadow palettes. And I can say I like all of them. I know that declutters can have the opposite effect and drive some to strive to have that many. I can't stand it. Like, don't be keeping up with the Joneses. The Joneses don't even know who you are. So, like, they don't even know you. So, like, why? And I'm trying to, my content will be changing next year because I do want to, and I'm going to talk about this in that live stream. So maybe I'll just hold on to that thought. And I am still honestly figuring it out. Like, what exactly am I going to do? Because if y'all that's in here now have been here, y'all know I don't keep up on new releases. Y'all know I don't buy a lot of stuff. And because I don't buy a lot of stuff, I have to make what I have interesting when I use it, or pair palettes or palette bingos or member shop my stash. Just something different, because sometimes I almost feel like if I'm using the same stuff all the time, that could be boring to watch. And so I have to, it encourages me to think of a new way to use it, or do how I did like the dark inner corner, like dark to light this way, which I hadn't done before. And that was a member request before, like you do my makeup in a different way than I normally would, that type of thing. Kat said you can learn a lot in a short period of time. Yeah. I like declutters to learn about brands and formulas. And that's very subjective though. And I'm thinking about Udin's Eye. Grace loves it. Janessa loves it. I do not like their shimmer formula at all. but people love it. And I'm just like, and then I think it's because I'm just used to other stuff. I like Natasha's formula. I like, for the most part, Pat's formula. I like her Italian formula stuff. Lethal, I like their formula. And Notoriously Morbid, I like their formula. So, and I think it's just a preference thing, but it doesn't make me buy more. Yeah. Yeah, and I keep in mind it is just subjective. And I appreciate when a content creator will say why they like it or why they don't. Morgan Turner, I think of her sometimes when I'm watching videos, because she'll say, I don't need this palette, but y'all know I like boring makeup, so I'm going to buy it. And so she considers her makeup style boring. Like I can say I like grunge, goth, a little bit of punk with the yellow red liner, smoky looks, vampy looks. She's like, I like the boring stuff. And that's a reminder that what you like is based on your preference. And so when I'm watching people, why are my eyes looking red? When I'm watching people and they say things, it's subjective. But if they say, oh, you have to try this, well, first, you don't have to try anything. But just because somebody else likes it doesn't mean you will too. So I used to consider myself a budding minimalist with makeup, but I'm clearly not, because minimalism is having as less as possible, whereas being frugal is quality over quantity. So even if I have like 100 things, all of them are different in their quality stuff. So I realized I'm not a minimalist with makeup, especially not with brushes. I'm a brush hog. All these damn brushes over here looking at me. But I'm definitely quality over quantity. And I like when stuff lasts long. I love 24-month periods, 36-month periods, because stuff does turn on me, and after a while, it does start to irritate my lids. And I don't want to have to be trying to repurchase the same thing every other year. Like Natasha, I did repurchase Biba and Circle Loco. Her stuff lasts me at least a good 3 years before the formula changes. And so I know that. But some brands, why did my nose just feeling stuffy? Notoriously, no. Nomad. After about 8 or 9 months, their shadows start to irritate my lids. And so I'm like, okay. And so I think about that. If I see something and I want to purchase it, I'm thinking, how long realistically am I going to use it? And how realistic is it that I'm going to use it often enough to feel like I got my money's worth out of it? You know what I'm saying? Whereas I can spend that money on Lethal and I know I'm going to have that at least 3 years or more. Their PAO is 24 months. When you're done with makeup, what do you do to relax, self-care from all the products used through the day? For me, makeup does feel like self-care. And even when I wash my brushes, that feels like self-care because I'm taking care of, something that I own so that it'll stay in good condition. Yeah, so that's that. But just relaxing in general, watching TV, watching movies, playing mahjong on my tablet. These hives are itching. My back is itching. Just chilling out. But for some reason, the last few weeks, and I think it was that week of lives, because I feel like when I look at my calendar, I have so much stuff to do that's not related to YouTube. And I think the week of lives just kind of pushed everything back because I ended up being so exhausted all the time. So yeah, my calendar, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm trying to reach my nail thing because, excuse me, being all up in your grill. Look at all my wonderful wrinkles. Why is my nose stuffy? My hangnail just presented itself. I was reaching for my cuticle cutter to cut this hangnail because it actually hurts. The way it bent back, it hurts. And I don't even know when that happened. Yeah, so for me, it is relaxing to do my makeup. And even sometimes when I'm not feeling well, once I sit at my station, I start to feel better. So it's not therapy, but it is therapeutic for me because it's something I'm doing just for me. And also doing videos, when y'all watch it and y'all comment. So it's not just, okay, I'm sitting here, self-care, doing something I love to do, but the after effect is something I also like, which is chatting with y'all in the comments. And so it's like a residual effect of me sitting here doing my makeup because y'all, we have discussions in the comment section. I will never say never, and to each their own respectfully, but I cannot imagine having a room solely for makeup. If it was my job, then I am likely to, so I can mentally and physically separate job and life. I video I saw, because sometimes people take it personal, and somebody like me that's like quality over quantity, I don't want to have a whole lot of stuff. I don't want to have a lot of dupes in my collection. I want a curated collection. I'm not buying everything. Sometimes people will hear that and take it personal, because I've seen videos where they're like, I'm a collector. This is what I do. There's no shame in it. And I'm like, who's judging you? So some people take it personal. Well, it sounds like it from what they say. They're like, I'm a collector. That's why I buy everything from this brand, or this is why I do that. And I'm like, nobody's judging you, boo-boo. But some people may feel that way. And like you're saying, they may see stuff and aspire to have all of this because that's what they're seeing. But is it realistic? Because then you'll be doing 500 palettes, the clutter videos or something. And I think it's, I want to say sad to feel like you have to justify why you have what you have. It's your money, it's your stuff. You know what I mean? But and when I was in Dover and I was at the house, I had a lot of stuff. And I kept buying more storage, and storage kept getting filled up. And I got to a point where I'm like, but then you know what? I was early in my makeup career. So it was learning what I liked, learning what I didn't like, and realizing a lot of stuff was preference. Because my intro, if you haven't been here that long, not this live, but watching me for long, my intro is the way it is because of a reason. When I first started my makeup journey, I learned how to do makeup watching YouTube. And so if I heard 5 different people say, you need to get this brand, this is so good, I would go out and get that brand. You need to have this brush, go get that. If you want your makeup to look like this, I would go out and get that brush. I was buying so much stuff because I was new and I didn't know. And it was like a handful of palettes, if not more. And I'm like, I do not like how this looks on me. I'm like, and I thought it was something wrong with me. Like, why are all these people raving about this? And I put it on and I don't like how it looks. I really thought it was something wrong with me. That's why my intro is the way it is. Wear what you want, use whatever tools you want. You need to be satisfied with your makeup. Because I really thought it was something wrong with me. And what it turned out to be was it was all cool tone palettes. I never liked how they look on me. Pastel palettes. I never liked how they looked on me. But then I've learned over the years, if it's cool tone leaning neutral, like something like Subliminal, and because Subliminal was smoky, I love that. But just like straight cool tone palettes, I thought it was something wrong with me because I didn't like it. And I didn't know why I didn't like it. And then I learned that it was just, I don't like how it looks on me with my complexion and my undertone. But it was a learning process. And once I learned like why I don't like certain things, it made it easier to just see something and not fall into the hype of, oh, I gotta have that because these 3, gurus said I need to have it. Excuse me for snacking. And when I lived next door, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, I didn't use my dining room. My dining room table ended up being my makeup station, and I would sit there and do videos, and I just had like makeup everywhere. And I would walk through that area and be like, why? Like what? And so when I downsized, I'm like, that mentality is staying over there. I downsized to a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, which is where I am now. And I love it that I can see everything, because if I don't see it, I'll forget. And when I was next door also, I had makeup in a drawer in my bedroom. I would have makeup over on a bookcase that was, near where my station was. And then I would forget that I have stuff because it's tucked away in a drawer. Or I'd be like, oh, I want to use such and such last minute. Oh, that's in there. I'm not going to get up and go get it. I'm going to just finish the video. And so I learned that I like just having this small space. My makeup station is a bistro table. Everything I own, makeup, brushes, is right here in front of me, except backups. And like this is down to a nub. I'll go into my backup and just pull one out. And I realized too that I would rather have a curated collection and not a bunch of dupes, because even though I still really do want the Natasha Quint, I do have those shades. And so it's like, okay, do I get it or do I not get it? But I'm gonna hold out though for a little while and see if my feelings change. But I'd rather have a handful of things, which I have more than a handful of makeup. I'd rather have a handful of things that I'm going to use on a regular basis and love every time I use it versus a whole bunch of stuff that I feel mediocre about. You see what I'm saying? I appreciate creators that have a disclaimer saying most are PR. And if they were not doing this as a job, they would not have this much. I appreciate that too, because people be really thinking they really bought all that stuff. No. And some, a couple videos, this was way back, probably in the last couple years. The thumbnail is a picture of a stack of boxes, and the title is like PR haul. And I'm like, you got like 20 boxes of shit? Like, what the And I've seen other videos where they're like, well, I didn't know if I still wanted to do this video because they sent me this in PR, but that was 2 months ago and I'm just now getting around to open the box and people aren't talking about it anymore. So I don't know if I'm going to do it because the views will be low. And I'm just like, you have too much stuff. If you get something new and you don't get to it for 2 months, excuse me. But yeah, and for those who this is a job, I understand it, because this being your job, you can write off on your taxes the stuff that you're buying because you're specifically buying it for your job. And I know I say Morgan Turner's name a lot. I really do appreciate her and I do respect what she does. She did a video a couple years ago because somebody was asking her, like, how does she budget? Her job is YouTube. And she broke down, all the money goes here and then she splits it and goes into different places for like bills or groceries or utilities or such and such. And that video, to me, I was just like, wow, like she has a system, like it is her job. And she broke it down, like how she functions. And, because you don't know what you're going to make 1 month to the next, but you might have a ballpark figure. But what if you don't get that? And so part of what she does is budgeting, saving, all of that. And I've really respected her for that video, because these people will have you thinking they just going out buying everything. But if it is your job, like legitimately your job, you do pay taxes on it. And because you're sort of like an independent contractor, you got to make sure you have enough to pay your own taxes. It's not coming out of your paycheck. And I'm wondering if you can set up when you're monetized for it to come out. I'm not sure. I don't make enough to have that problem. Well, I should say that issue. But I really appreciated that. And it helped me see things differently. But most people won't tell you the stuff that she said in that video. She's like, you don't know what you want to get. Da, 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 da. And then trying to follow the trends and all of that. I just want to wear what I want. I want to enjoy my makeup. I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I'm going to use this because it's new and I know I'm going to get views. And that's what I call chasing views, is when people just do certain videos because they know it's a hot topic at that time. But, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Yeah, I do appreciate when they say that. I always wonder, Dawn says, I always wonder where stuff is stored when a person gets almost every palette: collection, blush, shade, foundation, mascara, concealer. I think it's wasteful for a brand to send an entire concealer line when only maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 might fit you for whatever reason. One under eye, this is different than what I do under here. Another one for spot concealing, and then one for highlight. Okay, that's 4 concealers. But you don't need to send me all 15 concealer shades. I think that is such a freaking waste on the brand's part. Like, look at the person, or say choose 4 colors or whatever. But I think that's just a waste because they're not going to use it. If you send me some deep dark concealer, I'm trying to think of who I know that's brown skin chocolate that I could send this to use it. It's wasteful. And then we wonder why makeup costs so much. And trust me, they factor in what they're giving out into the cost of their products. That's just me guessing. I don't know for sure, but that to me makes business sense. You're not going to price something in a way where if you send out PR, your company's going to lose money. You know what I'm saying? Cass said, I can't imagine. It's nuts. And that's why I refuse to buy storage, because being annoyed now that some of my palettes are stacked up, it's not a good feeling, but I still refuse to buy storage. And so this tells me, for me, this is too much. Overconsume and don't use them. Exactly. And Morgan, too, she'll be like, oh, I'm going to give this to my mom. I'm going to give this to so-and-so. And Grace says it once in a while. She's like, oh, I'm going to give this to my cousins. And so I do appreciate that. So at least it's not just sitting there rotting. It's actually going somewhere where it will be used. And so I do appreciate that. Yes, Dawn, I think brands are trying to do better in that aspect. When beauty YouTube blew up, brands were sending all shades of all their product. And I'm laughing because this is just ridiculous. This was years ago. Ohima, and I know I'm saying her name wrong. I think it's Ohima. She's a chocolate drop. Her complexion is beautiful. This was years ago. I forget what brand it was. They sent her like all the powders, and where the deepest powder was, it was a hole, and it said coming soon. Um, the one that may have matched her wasn't included in the PR kit, but they sent her all the other ones. I'm like, that to me didn't make any sense. That's it. I was like, that does not make any business sense. You sent her everyone but the one that would possibly work for her, and it said coming soon on the box, and that was empty space. I was like, what the like, that didn't make any sense. And she was just like holding it up like, that's the one that might work for me, but you know, and I was just like, wow. And I forget what brand it was. It's probably a good thing I forgot what brand it was, but it was just ridiculous. Now they try to offer small range, like 3 shades. And I do hear sometimes they'll say, they told me pick what I would like to try, and they told me pick, you know, however many shades. And so I do appreciate that. Yeah, and it's our money, because we pay for a product, that brand gets the money. And trust me, I do honestly believe they factor in the cost of PR into their prices, because they want to make a certain amount of money. They want to have a certain bottom line. The one says there's channels that review the newest everything. I don't know how they keep up. If it's not their job, to me, I'm just like, And even if it was my job, like I don't know, because I when I sit here to do makeup, I want to enjoy what I'm doing. I don't want to chase views. I don't want to chase a check. You know, I mean, your money's fine, but I don't want to just be like, I'm doing this because I have to. But then if that's your job, that's your job. Because when I worked, I had to do what the job required me to do. So I do understand it, but I want to just sit here and have fun with makeup and chit chat with y'all. That's just me. The one says hers the opposite. She need cool tones. And I learned that the hard way, that some camera lighting shows cool and the shades are actually warm. That is true. And I'm thinking about that ABH Fall Romance palette. Every video I saw, every picture, it looked like toned down. It looked a little dusty. And that's why it was never on my radar. But when I was at Sephora, and I was like, oh shit. Like, that's nice. That looks murky and crunch. I'm like, wow. Yeah, stuff be looking different. And also, the same thing can look different on different complexions. It depends. You know what I mean? Because some stuff may lean a certain way. Because I think it might have been, I don't know if it was I Need a Nude, or it was one of them Natasha Denona palettes. And people were saying that even though it looked cool tone, they said on them it pulled warm. And that's an undertone thing. And so I was like, that's interesting. But I do know things can look different on different people. And that's why I think a lot of people watch beauty-related content creators that are similar to their complexion, because it gives them an idea of what it may look like on them. And so sorry if I keep hitting you in the face. I'm trying to see comments. But yeah. Kat said, yeah, Kat is the same as you doing. And ND is always warmer than it looks in photos. I've never enjoyed the massive PR haul where they're just opening and tossing. I don't watch those channels anymore. It's just too much. Because I'm looking at it like that's a waste. Because there's no way you're going to like use all of that stuff on a regular basis. Like, there's no way. There's stuff I haven't used in months just because I'm using newer stuff that came in that I ordered, you know, whenever ago. And so it's just, and I don't like that feeling. I love that Morgan Turner found success after quitting her teaching job. Yeah. Yep. I think she had a built-in audience. I talked about that in one of the other live streams. Because she was saying when she was in school, she said it was a small campus. Everybody knew everybody. She would do her makeup. People would like her makeup, ask her to do their makeup. She would do that. And people kept saying, you need to start a channel, start a channel, start a channel. And she did. But because everybody knew everybody, of course, they all supported her. So I think, yeah, you know, because I was talking about having a built-in audience. And probably when I was like used to start doing videos, because people here saying that they would watch. But I consider that a built-in audience, because everybody knew everybody. Everybody was friends. And they were encouraging her to start it. So why would they not support her channel? And then, you know, she continued to grow from there. That's my idea of what happened. Well, she did say that's how she started. But I think that is why her channel is as successful as it is, even starting out, because she had a built-in audience, a built-in group of people that was like, you should do this. And even back in the day, my Still a Junkie 07 channel, people that I watched YouTube an entire year before I started doing videos. And it was a handful of people that I watched on a regular basis, you know, chit chat in the comments and get to know people as much as you can through, you know, YouTube. And there were a couple people, they were like, you should do videos, you do videos. And I'm just like, I don't know. They're like, we'll help you, we'll do giveaways, and we'll shout you out, blah, blah, blah. So after a year, I started doing videos. And a lot of people came over, followed me just based on that. And so, you know, sometimes it just happens where it's easy. And then, you know, starting over, I started over from scratch. I was like, oh my gosh, this is hard. But yeah, I respect her a lot. I do. Because she says stuff in a way that other people don't. And I'm just like, and I appreciate that. I'm very cautious doing because I will look ill. Aww. Like says, I also commend creators that if they haven't used a product and it's brand new, they donate to a shelter. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And Cass Dawn says to Kat, that's why I'm late to the party a lot. I watch a lot of reviews and look on palettes before ordering. And Kat says she does too. Locke says I get annoyed having too many duplicates. I do too, but I still want that Quint. That looks like other stuff I got. I have some, but I do not want too much. Yeah, I just want to... You can't hear me? Oh, okay. So I think I'm talking the same. My nose is stuffy. I don't know why. But, yeah, it's this beauty tube thing, y'all. Whew. I mean, it's a fine line between too much and... I think there's a fine line between being content and having too much for us personally. I know where my sweet spot is and I'm way over it, but I like what I have, so I'm not going to get rid of it. So it's like, okay, do I just not buy anything for a certain amount of time, or at least till, like, say 20 palettes die, and then I'm not stacking up palettes on top of each other. And that's the conundrum. Like, okay, you might see something, I might see something I want, but then I'm like, I look at my stuff and I'm like, it's already looking crazy. Because I really want to use what I have. And so next year will probably be a lot of that from me. And so I'm going to have to be creative in what I'm using so it doesn't seem like, oh, she's doing the same thing with the same palette. You know what I mean? So that's something I'm trying to... One of the things I'm trying to work out in my mind for 2025. Because I don't want, you know, y'all to be bored. And I am already somewhat predictable. So I don't want to be like so predictable that y'all like, okay, I don't need to watch because I know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I do want to do more troll play because that is fun. It's anxiety ridden and joyful at the same time to do those looks. And so I am glad that I videoed the one yesterday, because the other two that I did, when I posted, the short was just like, this is what I did. A couple people commented, is there a video? And I'm like, no. And so that was on my mind. And I'm like, I'm gonna video this one. I said, I know it's gonna be a beast to edit, but you know, so at least y'all can see like how I got what I got. And so I do foresee more of that next year. Because I do want things to be interesting. I don't want y'all to be bored or just be here because y'all support me, but y'all hate my content at that point. Or y'all just play the video and be somewhere else in the house, not even watching. I'm a supporter, but I ain't gonna watch. I'll just let it run. And so I don't want it to like come to that. So I'm thinking if I put this next to that or that one, they're gonna blend in. But you know what? I think I'm gonna do it. We're gonna put this on first half. That shade. Which one did I point at? This one looks more shiny, more glittery than this one and this one. These two look to be the same formula. Is that a different formula? I cut the back of the box because it has the shadow name and the formula on it, and I keep that inside the palette. So Silk, ew, Chroma Crystal. Her Chroma Crystals I used to hate because they were flaky, but sometimes now the Chroma Crystals aren't flaky. This is a Chroma Crystal and it looks smooth. True Bronze, this one is, oh shit, that's a Chroma Crystal. This one here, which is Alloy. Oh, that's a dual chrome. This says, excuse me for the glare, this is dual chrome. But this is a chroma crystal and that's a chroma crystal. Back in the day, I hated it. It was only one chroma crystal or two in Metropolis, and both of them I took out because they were just like crumbly, flaky, borderline glitter. I couldn't stand it. But all right, we're gonna put this one on first half of the lid, this on the second. So this is Silk. Let me see what y'all are saying. The same thing with the same palettes. CTN says, it's your channel, the trolls will come. Thank you, Locke. I just want it to be enjoyable, though. Because I do believe that y'all will still be here, but I want y'all to enjoy being here. Truth be told, there are some creators I do respect and I support their channels, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't care about that topic, and so I'll just play it, while I'm doing something else. But I do want y'all to watch, and I always ask questions in videos because I enjoy the interaction, and that's why I had mentioned it before, and I think I even asked y'all before. That's why I do looks that I don't particularly care to do, like monochromatic and stuff like that, just to have something different. So every look isn't grunge, every look isn't goth, every look isn't punk, every look isn't ethereal. And I remember asking, and a few of you were like, yeah, we appreciate the variety. And so I do want to keep that. See, this is one of them shades that I had said would just blend in. And it took me all this time. Like, when did this come out? And I never got it because I'm like, it's going to blend in. But it's going to be pretty. It's hard for me to get into fragrance videos. I watch Grace's and I always put like a sneezing emoji. Because the way my allergies are set up, I don't even use fragrance. Are we in Sunrise? This is the bronze palette. So I always put like a sneeze emoji. And I do actually watch her videos though. And even her fashion videos, I am not fashionable at all. And I told y'all about me not being able, to wear heels. And so I always put like my ankles are screaming when she leans on the wall and like puts her foot back and you can see the shoe. I'm like, my ankles are screaming, and she'll put a laughing emoji to my comment. So, but there are some people though. This is this shade here, and this is a clean one. So I have like how many of these? I don't know. This is true bronze. See, now for chroma crystal, this is smooth. Back in the day, her chroma crystals was chunky, and yeah, they look the same. Oh boy, okay. And I knew they were, and that's why I didn't get it. I'm like, some of these are just duping what's already in here, and not only that, but they're gonna blend into my complexion. So I can say I went into this knowing that that's how it was going to be. Where other palettes, I'm like, oh wow, they're so pretty, and I don't expect them to look the same, and I put them on and they're the same damn shade, or at least how they show up on me be the same. I skip hair too, but I like skincare. I don't watch a lot of skincare videos because I know I'm stuck on what my skin likes, and I don't experiment too much. The only time I'll try, well, not the only time, one of the only times I'll try something new is like that dentist cream I couldn't find anymore, and so I purchased the one that I think is the replacement. Thankfully, it does work for me, but that's usually the only time is when I'm trying to find something to replace something that I'm having trouble finding, which means they're discontinuing it. But and that's why that was one of the factors in me unsubscribing from subscription boxes, like all of the skincare, and I'm just like, I don't want that. And even the makeup brands, I'm like, okay, I don't like this formula, I don't want that. And it was just like, okay, gotta get rid of it. Cat says, Locke says, let me go up. I'm not playing with makeup on my face, but I'm having a personal swatch party while I watch. Awesome. What are you swatching? Cat says, I'm just usually allergic to it. Why am I so stuffy tonight? Like, what? Oh, my motherships, there are so... Oh, you're swatching your motherships. There are so... What, do you have all of them, Locke? I only have 1, 2, 3... Midnight Sun, and... which is 5, and Moonlit Seduction. Those are the ones that made it. I have 2 motherships in my Mercari store. I think I lowered the price the other day. And prices are going to go up. Yeah, those are the only ones. So I have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 1 through 3, which are my favorites. Midnight Sun is a favorite because it's grungy. And then Moonlit Seduction, which surprised me. You have 1 through 10. I tried it with Sunlit Seduction. I tried it with Divine Rose, which was nice, but all the looks were... They were pretty, but it was just like they were pretty. Like they were just pretty. So I was just like, Now we're going to take this one just for giggles. No, we used that one. No, we used this first portion of the lid. This on the center lid looks the same. We're going to put this over here and it's going to be all the same shade. And I'm thinking right now, like, what can I mix this with? Like I did with Xenon and Golden. So we're going to... I'm going to put this here. Oh, this is a little more coppery. Okay, this one does show up different, which is good. So I need to make a note that these two look the same. And I want to say this one, it did show up a little bit different than this, because this one and this one I put on the inner lid. One was look 1 and one was look 2, but the overall look was very similar. And so I could do with one of these. These made a difference. These two. This one made a difference, but not much. And so as of right now, and these two made really nice transition shades. Even though they did kind of show up the same, they made nice transition shades. No, this one and this one. These two made nice transition shades. So I need to think, like, what would I swap it out with? And honestly, I don't have anything to put in here because I already mixed Xenon with Retro Glam. I mixed something else. I put Retro Glam in the Glam palette. The Glam palette has Retro Glam shades in it, and Xenon has Retro Glam shades in it. And that surprised me when I thought about it, because they told me I liked Retro Glam and they showed up the way I liked more than I thought they would. So that was interesting. Like when I really thought about it, I'm like, I have some of Retro Glam in both palettes. Because some of the shades were so light they didn't really make a difference, and those are the ones I didn't keep. But I'm like, I felt that was pretty good though. At least like half the palette I put in other palettes. But at this point, because everything is already mixed, I don't have anything to put in here. And so it might just be like this for a while. So now we're going to take, so we've used first part of the lid, center lid, outer lid, which does, like this way you can see this shade because it's a little more orangey something or other. So we're going to take this shade, which is Rhodium, and I'm wondering if I want to use this brush. I'm going to take another Hourglass brush, which is a little more dense than their blending brush. 11 got decluttered. Yeah, and I did lower the prices early this morning for the two motherships. If you're on Mercari, or if you see something on Mercari that you want to buy from somebody, buy it before, I think it's the 10th of the month or the 6th of January, something like that. They are increasing seller fees, which means if that person wants to make a certain amount of money still, that means they're going to increase their prices. And when I went on there yesterday, because I went on to see what was in there, like in my store, which is not really a lot at this point. Oh, you know what I was looking? No. It wasn't the motherships. I lowered the prices on my 2 Coach Val duffel bags, and I'm thinking to do a short because my Coach Val duffel videos still get comments, and those videos are old. And I keep saying I need to do a short to tell people, hey, they're in my Mercari store, so that they will sell, because someone commented on one of my Coach Val duffel videos saying, oh, I just bought one and it came in the mail. I'm so excited. I'm like, damn, I got that in my store. And so that's what made me think to do a short to let people know, hey, it's over there. So I did lower the prices. So there was a question for Mercari. Tanya says, good to know. Kat sucks not feeling well during the holidays. Yeah. Kat says, I think gold, copper, and bronze look is a neutral look for me. And it is. And because I like grunge and punk and goth, even though this is pretty, that's all it is just pretty and easy to use. I see a little bit of fallout, but not much. And excuse me, And that's how like I Need a Warm is, and Golden. It's like it looks pretty. And I know it looks good on me because it's that monochromatic-ish type look because it blends into my complexion. You know what I mean? So I don't prefer this aesthetic, but if I just want something quick and easy, I know whatever I do with this is going to be pretty because it's not that much variation. I think I did 11 looks with Golden when it first came out. The looks were all pretty, but it's like, it's not my vibe, but it's pretty. So I know if I want an easy, quick look, grab that palette. And I don't have to think too much like, where am I going to put this shade, put that shade? Whatever I do is going to look nice because it all just runs together. And that's why I never got it. Like, this is really pretty. It's really pretty. It's shiny, but it's not my preference. But yet I still got it because sometimes I just want something easy and quick and simple. Especially when I'm away for academy, when I'm on faculty for academy. Because I be forcing myself to get up like 30 minutes earlier than I need to do a makeup look. And so I'm not in a position to be like, okay, what am I going to do? No, usually I write the look out the night before. So when I get up, I just look at the paper and just follow what I wrote. But this would be something I would take because it is just so easy. But like now when I'm here, you know, troll play stuff, the grungy stuff, because I have time to think and to do it. But yeah. I wish she would bring back Metropolis. I would buy that in a heartbeat. That was one of my favorites. And when I had Metropolis, that would be the only palette I would travel with because there was so many different aesthetics in there. I could do ethereal, I could do grungy, I could do smoky, I could do monochromatic. I love that damn palette. And I used it a lot. That would be the only palette I would travel with because it had so many different, like this, I'm only gonna get one look, one or two, maybe 3 looks out of it, depending on what I do with these 2 up here. But excuse me for that glare. But like with Metropolis, whatever vibe I wanted, it was in there. And that's why I loved it as much as I did. But yeah, some people didn't like it. They were like, oh, it's too many dupes in the palette. Every palette has dupes in the palette if you think about it. So like, what are you saying? This time I actually ate French fries and you feel a lot better. Oh, that's good. Sometimes we do just need to eat. Give our body some sustenance. Good to know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is neutral because it just blends in. Like these first 2 colors, I see the color down here in the mirror, but when I look where I'm looking at now, all I see is shine. I don't even see a color right here. The first color I see is that 3rd shade, and then the 4th one. But this just looks like shine to me up here. It doesn't even look like a color. But when I look down here, it looks like a color. But yeah. So now we're going to take Ridge. So this will leave only just this shade to use before I can say I used every shade in here. I'm wondering if I want to use a smaller brush because it's only, let's just do it. It's going to overlap the lid shades, but that's okay. So we're going to take this and we're going to tap it first. And this is not really a shade either. But, I mean, it serves a purpose. Yeah, it's just, yeah, these are neutrals for me because of my complexion and undertone. Even though different parts of my face has a different undertone. When I was watching the Nessa Myrick's masterclass, whatever, this was probably like over the summer, like last year or something. And she was the only person I've heard mention it. Like, she was the only like world-renowned makeup artist I heard ever mention it. She was saying how our face is not all one undertone. And I was like, because I know mine is at least 2, 3 maybe. And she was like the first person I heard say that. And so she was asking, like she would show, the model was sitting next to her, of course. And she would say, what undertone do y'all see? And somebody was like warm. Somebody said, I see golden. Somebody said, I see olive. She was like, all of you are correct. And I loved it because I know my face is different undertones. My forehead and my chin leans neutral. My cheeks, leans olive. And you can even see it now with the foundation. It's kind of grainy up there a little bit. And down here, my cheek area is more neutral. My under eye leans olive, but that's because of the under eye discoloration that I have. And so at first glance, people might be like, oh, you're golden. First glance, they might say, oh, you're neutral. I'm like, I'm neutral, golden, and olive. And that's why, because of the under eye discoloration, that's why the Estee Lauder is perfect for this part of my face, but the Natasha is best for this, for my under eye area. Um, yeah, so we're all not one undertone. I mean, maybe somebody is, but like for me, I know I'm not. And it's very nuanced because it's like, what's happening? So I just need to use this shade right here. We're going to put that on our under eye. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to take this brush. Yeah, so it's and that was a learning lesson too, because I think it's a constant learning lesson, even for brands, because even now, like the olive undertone is underrated, and people are like, "I'm olive," and people are like, "What is that?" Even some brands, they have warm and cool and neutral, but they don't have olive. And then somebody might have a light olive undertone. Some people may have a dark golden olive undertone. And so even if you have a warm undertone, like your complexion might be light. And so there was this myth that if you're dark skinned, you had a red undertone, and that is not true. And so even brands could still learn a lot on undertones. Everyone that's chocolate is not a red undertone, but that's how they were making foundations and concealers. And it was pissing a lot of people off because they're like, I'm not red, damn it. They're like, I'm not red. Can you give me like a neutral for my brown skin and not a red for my brown skin? And so it's a learning lesson that some brands haven't figured out yet. Ooh, look at that. That's dark. I like this. I'm gonna put this on my lid. And I put too much right here. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna blow this out. And yes, I do know that I did not. This formula I think is this is a cream to powder. It's called Deep Dive. This shade. Oh, I like this shade. Oh man, this will look nice on my lid, and maybe top it with one of these shades that just look like shine. This is messy over here. It's about to get messier. Ooh, I know I'm not red. I'm deep skin tone. I try to go neutral to be safe. Yeah. Somebody else does that. Like they have figured out how to work um different undertone complexion products to look right on them, even though that's not their undertone. And it's a learning lesson. That's why a lot of people mix up a whole lot of stuff, because which I think is unfortunate to have to make something work. But unfortunately, some of these brands still need to learn. And so, a lot of people mix stuff because that's the only way. This eye is starting to tear. Damn it. Why now do you start to tear? And so, and I understand it, but it upsets me. And even with eyeshadow palettes, like I know that some people will buy a palette knowing they can't use every shadow in the palette because it's not going to show up, but they'll buy it because to them it's worth it for what they can use. And I used to think like how that it was sad. I used to be like, how sad is that to buy something knowing you can't use everything in it? But because of how the beauty industry is, it's like, get in where you can fit in kind of thing, which is sad because you're paying for a palette knowing you can't use everything in that palette. You know what I'm saying? That would be like me buying Inslee Rain knowing I can't use half the products because half the palette are pressed pigments. And so I just don't buy it. But there are some people that would, just for the ones they can use. And I'm like, I'm not doing that though. Like me personally. Cass says, she just says she's pink. I find that some people with an olive undertone and me with a cool undertone often can wear the same or similar colors. That was just a revelation. Yeah, and sometimes olive it can be warm leaning olive, it could be cool leaning olive, it could be a warm leaning neutral, a cool leaning neutral. And that's something I think that people don't understand. Like just if you say, you have a golden undertone, that doesn't mean you don't lean olive or lean neutral or lean whatever else. A lot of African people I know have a cool undertone. Yep, and I know a lot that have neutral. But these brands be like, oh, they're dark skinned, they're red. What? And so I used to feel some kind of way knowing that some people of color buy stuff knowing they won't be able to use everything in it, because they resigned to the fact of it's worth it for me just to use what I can out of it. And I still find it sad though, because you're paying for the entire product. You're not just paying for what you can use. And then I thought, well, if they're okay with it, why am I upset? But it still does annoy me though, because it's still our money. But it also helped my perspective. Like if that person is okay buying a 10 pan palette, knowing they can only use 6 of the shades, if that's worth it to them, then why should I be mad or upset? You know what I'm saying? And for me, I do want to enjoy a whole palette. That's why I don't like dupes in a palette. Says me who wants the new Natasha one that looks like my Esom palette and Biba. Make it make sense. It's not going to make sense because it doesn't. But so it's like an ongoing thing because how long has makeup been a thing? I need to do a dark liner for upper lash line because this is looking really heavy. And I could just make it thicker and say this is a reverse eyeliner look. I could do that. And my brows are green. Like, what the hell was I thinking? I don't know what I was thinking. Um, I love this color that's under my eye, but the top of my lid is just like it don't go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just put a purple because something needs to tie in with the lower lash line, but then it'll just be a thin line, but we'll see what it looks like. So I can say right now I have used every shade in here, which is great because I had 5 looks planned out to do, but now I can take that out of my calendar. So we are going to, I'm still thinking Grinch. With what, Tanya? Like what, how, why, like why do you say that? Kat says, in a fair tone in Africa is like a tan dark shade, darker than you, Dion. It was a discussion. They were saying they were fair, and I was saying you were fair. What look? I don't get what you're saying, Tanya. I'm still thinking of Grinch from my earlier look, from the look I did yesterday. So why do you say I'm still thinking Grinch? That's the part I'm not understanding. Yeah, and for that, Cat is relative. It's relative to where you are and what the population is like where you are. Because even like some Mexicans, they're darker than me, and I'm just like, oh, and this is so funny to me, like in an ironic kind of way. My development is at least 70% Indian. They will swear they're not black people, and I'm like, dude, you're darker than me. And I'm like, but they will swear they're not black. And I do know I have a friend that's from Guyana, and she said in her country it's only two. You either black or you white. Even if you're Hispanic, you're black. If you're not like straight white, like heritage wise and ethnicity, if you're not white, if you're not Caucasian, you're considered a black person. And so there are some countries where, regardless of what you are, if you ain't white, you're black. But for some of these Indian people that's deeper than me, some of them are dark like Ohima, and they swear they're not black. I'm like, dude, chick, person, y'all, y'all chocolate drops. How you just? And I think it might just be how this country is, and how there is a discrepancy and discrimination against black people. Maybe that's why they don't want to be considered black. But dude, you're like super dark. Like you're you're a Hershey's Kiss, and they're like, I'm not black. The Intuit and Tibetans have a very deep skin tone. Yeah. And you said your Cat says her dad had quite dark skin, like tan to dark. Yeah. And so when they're like, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that, and I'm looking at them like, okay. I mean, I ain't gonna argue with you on what you call yourself. This is just like whatever to me, but I'm just like, okay, all right. But it's kind of just funny in a way because I'm just like, you are darker than me, and I'm a black person. But looking at my ancestry, I have at least like 15 to 20% other stuff. And we did trace our family on my grandfather's side, my mom's father. So that would be my paternal side. We traced our lineage back to a plantation. And what had pissed me off is, for one census record, it had the plantation owner's name, and then it had our family member's name. In one document, it said property. She was property of him, meaning she was his slave. And then, like 2 years later, there was another document that had her listed as his wife. And I'm like, that's bullshit, because she wasn't the wife. She was his slave. Look back at the earlier documents. She was his property. So for some of us, I'm not going to say all of us, but for some of us, our lineage stops at the plantation. We don't know where relatives before that person came from. But you do the DNA test and it has this and that. So for me to be like 20% other stuff other than African, Cameroon, whatever, it's because of that. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I still identify as black. Fun fact, my grandfather, my great grandfather, we found paperwork on him that he was from Cuba, and he spoke fluent Spanish. And I'm just like, oh, wow. And he was also a pilot. He flew a plane. He flew a small plane. And so we were just like, wow. Because I had heard it as a rumor that my great grandfather, it was a rumor that he was from Cuba, but we have paperwork that he was from Cuba. And he was a naturalized citizen to Cuba. But then I'm like, was he born and raised there? So then I looked up naturalization and all of that. Like, was he born there? He spoke fluent, Spanish or whatever their language is over there. But it was just really interesting. And so I know for my family, like, we're mixed up for the most part. And further down the line on my father's side, there are some, I call them indigenous peoples. I don't say American Indian because they were here before this was America. So how are you American Indian when you were here before this was America? So I call them indigenous peoples. And so on my dad's side, there's a lot of indigenous peoples. And so there we have indigenous. On this side, we have Norwegian, English, Italian. But the majority is the African country. So we're just like all mixed up. And that's why black people, that's why we're so many different complexions. We got the fair to the deepest dark. That's why, because most of us are mixed up. Hi, Ronald. Ronald McDonald. How are you tonight? Yeah, so I am part Latina. Yeah. And I'm like, that explains my complexion. I have a couple some family members are light like me, and then some are like a little deeper, and then there's some that are dark. And so like and as black people in general, we run the gamut. And just like with the East Indians, they run the gamut. Some are lighter than me, some are deep dark. But they don't consider themselves people of color. You're a person of color. So it's just like oh, you said because of my brows. Yeah. Actually, I do just like coloring my brows because I think it's fun, and I get them the most even here when I do color them for some reason. So yeah, it's just interesting. Like, who am I? And with the ancestry stuff, the DNA stuff, they keep adding other like ethnicities in different countries and different places. And when they update it, they will send you an update, and then like your percentages will change because they found new information and new whatever. So it's just like, okay. Yeah, it's interesting. And it's just like, most of us are mixed up. One of my previous partners, he looked white. He called himself an English mutt because his numbers was all over the place too. But it was all like English stuff in countries over there. Versus for me and most of my family now, most of it is African countries, but then it's still like other stuff that's not African. They haven't adapted to Canada yet. It says cat. Okay. I think I skipped that one earlier. Oh, you say First Nations. Okay. Oh, Ronald says he was Ryan McDonald. Okay. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Looking up information, finding out new information, and it's just like, wow. Like, you're telling me I'm this small percentage Irish. It's like, what? Or whatever. But yeah, so they keep changing as they learn different populations from different places, and they update it, and they'll send an email, they updated it, so then you can download your new set of percentages or whatever. But it is just very interesting, because it's like so much to it. you know, even saying, I'm black. I'm more than just black or African. And some people have an issue with, how did we start talking about race? Some people have an issue with black people in America calling themselves African Americans because they're like, you're not from Africa. I trace mine back to the plantation. So before that, I don't know where, my biological family was. But that's where the mixing started happening because you were property and you were used sometimes for sex and you had babies. And she did. Well, of course she did because I'm here. But it even had like, it didn't have names, but it would say male child and have an age, female child and have an age. That were the children from her being his slave. And so it's annoying sometimes because some people can say, oh, I'm from Germany, blah, blah, blah. For most black people, where did our line originate? And then you depend on DNA tests to tell you, but then they change the places and the percentages. So it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, so Latina, indigenous peoples, African. Also, people who were from Africa at some point were like, stop saying you're African American. And not that I do, I just say I'm black. And sometimes I'll check the mix box, like if it has you, I'll just put mixed. But they were like, you're not African. Like just down the line, based on the test, but they're like, you're not African American. And also because our culture is so different than their culture. Because they were raised there, they were born there, and they come over here. So like, how dare I say I'm African American? I ain't never stepped foot out the United States. I ain't never been in that country, even though my DNA says I'm mostly from that country. And I do understand being upset because we are different here. I was born and raised in Camden, New Jersey. So if you put me next to a Cambodian person or somebody born in Ghana or, Cameroon people, we don't have anything in common. Like I can't relate because I'm not from there. And so I do understand like some of the anger, because it's like, how dare you say you're African American? Like you haven't even ever been over here. And that's what would annoy me when they would be like, go back to Africa. I was born in New Jersey. So like, what are you saying? Like, so to me, that was always kind of silly. And not only that, but some of us got here historically because we were stolen, we were kidnapped. So like, your people brought us here, and you're saying go back. You should have thought about that before you brought us over here. But yeah, it's interesting. But I do get why they would be upset. They're like, you're not African, you haven't been here, you don't know the culture. And because my DNA says so, I could say that. But I don't know anything about life over there. I've shown people a picture of my father on a horse when he was young, and they either say, was he black or is he white? And I would say, what color is the horse? Which is obviously dark brown or black. Cat, that is funny. Oh my gosh. What color is the horse? I don't know if that was supposed to be funny. And if it's not, I apologize. But that is funny. And that's true though too, because okay, say I'm black. I'm not black, I'm tan. And even white people, they're not white. Well, Teresa's dead says she's uncooked chicken. And I have come across, she said ain't a white horse. I have come across a few white people that looked like very, like they were like very light, but they still had like a pink tint to them though. But I'm like, black isn't black and white isn't white. I'm tan. My second husband called me Carabelle, and I was like, Yeah, I'm Carabelle. Dude calls himself beige. He's a little bit lighter than me. But I'm like, ugh. But I get how it used to be colored because we do have color versus most Caucasian people like back in the day. But then they changed that to Negro, which turned into a slur. And yeah, y'all. Oh, you know what? I meant to put this on. Ow. Oh, my hip just popped. I'm going to put this on. I probably should have did it before I put on this powder, but I forgot even though it was sitting right here so I wouldn't forget. And so I done babbled enough, y'all. What do y'all want to talk about? Because I really feel like I just went like down a rabbit hole there. And a few people left. They were like, "Okay, this is supposed to be random chit chat. She's doing a little bit too much with this conversation." This is pretty. This is really pretty. All right, somebody bring up topics so I don't keep I don't even know how I got on it. Oh, because I was my undertones. This is pretty. It's looking like lavender blonde, even though it's like a deep, deep, deep purple. And I'm sure I could build it up to be that. I'm gonna put lavender blonde on top of it just to help it blend. And I am dabbing. I don't want to swirl because we do have powder on under here. Even if I didn't have powder on under here, I don't think I would have swirled, to be honest with you. Because I do tend to pat cream products. And y'all saw even my foundation, I mostly just pat. This side's a little bit darker. I've shown, I have ambiguous looks, so it's interesting how people react to me. Yeah. Yeah, some people I don't know. And because I'm old enough to know people, you can't just look at somebody and say what they are or where they came from. And so I am a fan of saying, where are your peoples from? Like, where are your great grandparents from? You know what I mean? Because all of us, most of us, are mixed with something, even if it's all, European stuff or whatever. This is your Grace has sent this to me along with another one. This is Cosmic Beauty, and I don't have anything from Cosmic Beauty. This one is Heroin. She sent me this. It was in that bag that she sent me, and this was also in there. Another Cosmic Beauty blush, and this one has Got Chills. And I put this on this side in the look I did yesterday, and then I put lavender blonde on top of it. Ow! I almost bit my nail back. So that's what this one looks like. And very pretty. I had nothing from the brand. It is pretty. And like how it looks now is this eye is tearing. Feels like it wants to go upward. It does remind me of lavender blonde. So we're going to put that on just to set it. Toronto is a good example of that. Says Cat. You can't assume anything about people's background. Yeah. I was watching, I don't know if you remember Sheila E. She used to play drums for Prince back in the day. And she was from one of those neighborhoods where you were either black or you were white. And I was watching one of her interviews one day. This is Lavender Blonde. And she said she didn't realize that she was Spanish until she got older. Because in her community, you were either black or white. And her father was Spanish. So, I found that interesting. Because depending on where you're from, you might be either black or white. Or did she say the opposite? She didn't know that she was black until later or something she was saying. Ooh, this just makes it deeper. This is pretty. Yeah, it's interesting. So this is the cream blush, and this is what we put on top of it. But look what it does. So this is just the blush. This is the blush with lavender blonde on top. So lavender blonde just seems to enhance the purple aspect of that, which is beautiful. Are you doing? Oh, you're not doing anything makeup, Kat. But I am glad you're feeling better. All right, somebody throw out a topic here, because we're here because y'all voted to be here. So y'all making me do a lot of talking, but it ain't y'all, it's the Mountain Dew. That is pretty. Ooh, pretty. I am so pretty. I'm the prettiest troll of them all. All right, somebody throw a topic out there. Locke, you still swatching? All right, now we're going to put this on. This is number, this eye feels like it wants to tear upward. I don't want it to tear upward. This is number 75. I'm going to do a green lip because that'll tie in with the brows. You're still swatching? Are you swatching like all of your motherships? Are you swatching to compare or just playing? Just watching, just because it's fun. I'm going to grab a Skittle. Kat says, how far up your arm are you? All right, so we're going to put this on. I didn't realize before how chewy Skittles were until I started a live stream eating them. Because I had to stop talking like now to chew it. With this brush, I usually have a hard time getting a thin line unless I'm sure I just use the tip of the brush. But I actually don't mind if it's thick because this purple will play off the lower lash line. The problem of having thick liner for upper lash line is when I look up, it may transfer up here because that's where, because my hood rests on or almost on my lash line. I'm waiting for Grace to do a video showing us how she does her eyeliner. Her eyeliner is always really nice. And with her eye shape, she can do that long wing and it don't look distorted like when I try to do a long wing because of this puffy hood that I got. I'm still chewing the same Skittle. That wing looks decent. So it's this, oh man, this eye feels like it wants to tear. What is happening? What is happening? Because first was this eye. My heat did not kick on, so I don't know why it's tearing. I was so glad yesterday, y'all. My eyes did not tear at all. So it's like some days one will be teary. Really, usually it's this one. And then there's some days neither one tears at all. And I don't know what the difference is. And I try to pay attention to if the AC or the heat blows because there's a vent up above me. But it hasn't kicked on this entire time. So I don't know what, excuse me if you heard that in my throat. So I don't know why it's tearing. Unless powder got in my eye from when I put that powder on my face. So, just lower arm, swatching to compare. It says a lot. Just lower arm, cleaning as I swatched. I don't want to get shadow everywhere. I know that's right, and y'all know I'm clumsy. Stuff just be like, how'd that get there? Do you use your fingers for swatching, Lock, or do you use a what am I saying? Or do you use a brush when you do your swatches? Because it seems most people just use their finger. This one looks decent too. Hey. This eye feels like it. Now it feels like both of them want to tear. Ugh. I'll put my Skittles in here. This is a whole pack of Skittles. This brush looks light compared to, you know what it is? Because my brows are so stark. It's making the blush look light, which the blush is light. I didn't put on bronzer. I'm gonna grab one. Actually, I'm gonna grab my Sigma bronzer. This one is in dark. Yeah, I've had Skittles in forever. Skittles with eating a few Skittles with a couple sips of Mountain Dew, I'd be lit, y'all. I'd be like, woo! You had some sour ones last week. The only thing, I like the sour ones, but I don't like the coating because it gets everywhere. So this is the Sigma blush. The shade is dark. We're just gonna put some back here. I really forgot that You know what threw me off? Because I used the cream blush. Because usually I put on bronzer, then blush, and then highlighter. Now this eye feels teary again. So we're just going to put just a little bit. I don't know if I like this color with this. It's looking like muddy back here. But you know what? That's okay. You know why? Because we're going to put a finishing powder on. That's going to make everything all right. Whew. Sour Skittles. My favorite Skittles are the berry. The purple pack. Those are my favorite ones. It's the berry ones. I love that flavor. Those. So that's there. Now we need a highlighter. I am going to pick up at random and watch it be like something darker. Oh, Golden Pyrite. It seemed like the last few times I randomly picked one, it was, excuse me, Golden Pyrite. And that's what that looks like. Has a nice dip in the middle. I'm hoping my eyes don't tear, so at least after live I can take some pictures of the look. I do like the look, but it's just plain for me. But I do like it though. I do think it's a pretty look. What else is left to do? Finishing powder. By random, luminous light. This is the one that's a champagne pearl. So we're going to take, my hip wants to pop again, this huge F30 brush. This came free gift with purchase. So is it really free? Is it free? Put some under my eyes first. And then just swipe it back and forth. Because we're going to swipe it back and forth. Swipe it back and forth. Because we're going to swipe it back and forth. So you see how it toned down that bronzer? A little bit. I can still see it from like here to here. And it's looking muddy. Oh well. I didn't mean to lie to y'all. I'm like, the finishing powder will make it all okay. And it did not. This side I think looks okay, but this side just looks muddy, like right there in that one spot. Well, it's going to be that way. So I'm going to do mascara. Yeah. I'm going to put on the Esom, if I can open it. Why is this one eye? Now this one just feels like it wants to tear. So who else is still in here? Like, what are y'all doing? What's up on your end? I'm just playing the makeup over here. I'm glad that I did do the look because I can remove the future looks I had in my calendar to do, because as of now we've used every shade. So I think my next look will be with that Pat palette. I'm going to do a look with the bottom row. And then I may do a fourth look, just like going like randomly. Because when I had it before, I used the top row and then I did the second row. And so really, I just need to use the bottom row. And like I said, I have used every shade in here, even though it wasn't like recent. So somebody say something. Because that Mountain Dew done kicked in. I'm just over here babbling. Are y'all still consuming as much beauty-related videos as you were, like, over the summer? I find that I'm not. I'm watching more movies on YouTube and more political stuff on YouTube than makeup-related stuff. And I need to stop watching as much as the political stuff I'm watching, because a lot of it is just their thoughts, and it's like I don't want to just keep hearing your thoughts. I mean, because we won't really know what's going to happen until he's sworn in, even though he's already doing stuff now. But it's like I don't want to just keep hearing people's opinion. I mean, it's nice to hear, but you know, I have my own opinions. But Locke says, you know what, Locke? That's funny. Because I've done that to people before. They be like, say something, and I'll say something. I like watching Get Ready With Me and top faves. Kat says, no, I'm watching a variety of stuff. I'm doing more lives in the beauty sphere. You're doing lives? Where? You don't do lives here on YouTube, do you? Sarah's is still here watching. Oh, attending. You were at every one. I didn't mean to yell. That first Skittle kicked in quick, didn't it? You were here at every live when we did that week. I don't always like to spray my face at the end without covering my eyes, because there were a few times that my eyeshadow creased, and then when I didn't spray it, the eyeshadow didn't crease, so I thought it was because of this. And so that's why I'm kind of like staying like this right now. Those Skittles are addicting, y'all. I think I missed the first one. The first one was good because we started that week with, you know, you're amazing, right? So we talked about good things about us. Okay, I'm gonna wipe off. Y'all, my lip absorbed my bottom, the chapstick I put on my bottom lip. Because there ain't nothing there. Barely anything up here. But you know why? Because I was drinking out of that straw. And I do wipe it off. I do wipe this off with using a paper towel, like after I drink from it, because it'll be like chapstick and stuff on there. And I think that just looks nasty. This eye feels like it wants to tear upward again. But nothing's creasing upward yet from the tearing, so that's good. I'm hoping to be able to get some pictures after this live is over for my gallery. Our next live is Monday, our usual live night. And I might do, is that the 30th? Whatever day it is. But there's another live I'm going to do that I'm going to throw in there somewhere. And it might be the 30th or the 31st. About like what my 2025 plans are. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm still trying to work that out in my mind. This is Eleanor from Martine Cosmetics. I'm gonna put this on. Usually I start with my top lip. So I don't know why I did this first this time. Somebody say something other than something. When people say to me, excuse me. When people say to me, can I ask you a question? I say, you just did. And then they say, can I ask you another question? I say, you just did. And then they'll say, can I ask you 2 more questions? I'm like, yeah. So that's the question and the other one when they say 2 more. So them asking that is 1, and then they ask what they want to ask. And it usually takes like the 3rd time for me to say, you just did, before they start to be like, oh, well, can I ask you 2 more questions? It's hilarious, y'all. Y'all should try that sometime because it throws people off. Can I ask you a question? You just did. And they're like, just staring at you. It's funny to watch. It really is. And I'm always trying not to laugh. Because then they're like, can I ask you another one? You did. You just did. And they be like, it's hilarious, like watching their face, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I should try that. If this was Dark Forest, it would tie in more with the brows. And their new formulation, the Sephora lip creams, they don't have that number or that name in liquid lipstick. So I would have to see what dark green they have. And I do like it because it was dark. Sometimes it almost looked like a blackened green. But then as it would dry down, it would look more like forest green. Yeah, so this, yeah, it's not matching the brows, which is okay. Hashtag troll tried it. So this is what we got, y'all. All right, so somebody say something other than something. I am tapped out. I took a steak out the freezer 2 nights ago. Thank you for the hearts. And it was thawed yesterday, so I seasoned it to fix today. Put my plantains in a bowl. There's so many little crumbs, like little pieces. Y'all like, girl, you try to get them all. That's right. That's right. No plantain chip strip will be left behind on my watch. Crumbs on my shirt. I didn't know y'all could see me do that. I looked up and I'm like, oh shit. They see me eating food off my shirt. My shirt, darn it. Eat food off of it if I want to. I'm trying to get all the crumbs. I have crumbs on my sweatpants. Y'all like, girl. You're really it. Thank you, Sarah. You know when you get to the bottom of the, near the bottom of the bag, and you get all these little pieces. Can't even see it. It matches my skin. So I'm gonna fix the steak. All right, y'all. What we want to talk about? I am tapped out. And talked about if I can keep 10, and I chose 18 palettes. We used up the remaining shades in the bronze palette. We talked about ethnicity. Talked about overconsumption. Talked about our stash, our collection, what we strive for. You know what I meant to do. I left this out because I wanted to use it. But I did want green, so that would tie in with the brows. So I'm gonna still leave this out, because if I see it, I'll remember to use it. If I put it away, it might just blend in with other stuff. You don't have any chips. A lot. You're still eating your ghost pepper chips. You was eating them like 2 hours ago. Damn, y'all. We've been on here 3.5 hours. I have become that person. When I said I know somebody on here, their live was like 5 hours or something. Oh my God. We've been on here 3 hours. Excuse me, and didn't even have a topic. All right, somebody say something, or are we ready to go? Thank y'all for being here. This was really cool though, because you just started eating. You kept getting distracted. You was distracted by them beautiful swatches. And this was real chill, because it was just, you know, if you're not doing nothing, one company pop in. That's really how it was. When I start eating these, all of a sudden just be feeling hungry. All right, so are we about done, y'all, or somebody have a topic? Because I'm just babbling at this point. What is it? Today is Wednesday. I was going to say, do y'all have plans for the weekend, but it's not even a weekend day. I suppose for some it is, because they have off work. All right, y'all, what's up? It's Christmas, yeah. It is. Yes, Sarah, I'm going to cook it after this is over. I seasoned it early this morning, so it's just ready to go into the air fryer. If y'all have never cooked a steak in the air fryer, oh my God. It is so good. The only tricky thing is getting the temperature and time right. Yeah, these are my appetizers. My plantain crumbs. Relax on the weekend, says Lot. May work if they call. Okay. I'll be doing videos as usual. I have a list of stuff to do. I want to declutter my closet again. I want to rearrange my makeup station. I want to declutter and rearrange my bookcase over there. Y'all, I cannot find my passport, my social security card, or my birth certificate. And I know all three are together. But where I thought they were, they're not. So I'm like, where the hell? So that's on my list to look again, trying to find those. Because that type of stuff you keep together in a safe place, right? I don't know. I don't remember what the place was. I spent a couple hours the other day trying to find them. And I said, you know what, let me just wait another couple days. Because I was just like, where the hell would I have put it? My apartment is only but so big. It wasn't in my safe, which is where you would put stuff like that. So I'm just like, I have no idea where it is. Nobody out there says Sarah dang fireworks miles away sounds like cans. Oh my gosh. You know, I forgot that people do fireworks at Christmas. It is quiet here. Except the dog barking next door. So I do think they're out. Because when they're home, I don't hear it. I'm going to take some meds. Y'all took my 8 o'clock meds before I started the live. Not too bad, Sarah. This is Cat. I live near downtown in my city, so I get them a lot. Not today, though. 4th of July be crazy, y'all. I'll be like, damn, like, really? I wonder if they're going to celebrate Independence Day next year. All of us are slaves to the wealthy. They started yesterday? Oh, my gosh, sir. Down in Canada, says Cat. This eye started to... Why? What the hell? I don't want it to tear, so I want to at least get a good couple pictures. I'm wondering if I took pictures here and then just do a screenshot. Would that come out the same? Because that's what I do for videos, right? I just kind of pause and take the picture. I wonder if that'll work for here. At least it's not like really running, because sometimes it just runs and travels. Let me see. Do I want to try July 1st? Says Cat. Do I want to try that? I gotta stop chewing. Those are so good. You guys have to learn about Canadian culture if you're going to take it. Because it's 51st day. Yo, that dude is fucking crazy. He was that the first time I cursed during this whole live stream? He was talking about trying to take the Panama Canal back. Then he was talking about something with some other country, and then some other country. I'm just like, you just think you're just gonna just come and take over the whole world? Like, how's my lipstick? All right, I'm gonna take pictures. Hopefully the screenshots will be good. I'm looking over there, but it's up here. All right. I hope I can take screenshots from that. Excuse me for having the what's the face in your face? Greenland. Yeah, he and it makes no sense. I'm like, how? Like, I'm not really. Oh, that fell too far. I had to get that when I get up. I'm not even heavy into politics, but I know more stuff than he. Think hockey. Oh yeah, y'all do play a lot of hockey, don't y'all? Where? Oh man, I'm not. I'm vertical. I hope that came out nice. Is there any glares? And I know I'm sitting sideways. That picture gonna be weird. Yo, I just, Lord Jesus. And I know I had mentioned it before, like just briefly, that according to Amendment 14, Section 3, he would be disqualified from being president because there's a thing in there that says whatever person's yada 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 is disqualified from any public office if they were yada yada yada, insurrection, yada 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 yada, something else. And he's done those things. And so I've been just waiting for like somebody to say something. And so last night I did see a couple videos when they were talking about it. And I'm like, okay, finally. But then supposedly they said that was it Congress or the Supreme Court? Congress, I think, has said that he is not disqualified. Don't quote me on who it is that said that, but I'm like, if it's saying you cannot hold public office, including presidency, if you've been involved in insurrection, blah, 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 that's what January 6th was. So how was he even allowed to run? Because they're saying he can't swear into office. Why'd y'all let him run? Y'all shit is just so crazy. Hey, Kat, do you have a spare room I could rent from you? I gotta find my damn paperwork. I'm like, where the hell? 2 years ago, I realized I couldn't find my passport, so I got a new one. No, it's 4 years ago. I renewed my passport. And when I did my name change, they sent me like an updated social security card. So I'm like, where? So I know I have it, but I don't know where it is. And I keep trying not to think too much about it. I've been hoping I have a dream that I find it, and then I'll wake up and remember where in the dream I found it, and that's where it'll be. That's what I'm hoping. Because sometimes some of my dreams are literal, and then some are symbolic. And so I'm really hoping I just have a dream showing me where it is. He's listening to some ignorant people misinform him. As if he can't friggin' read. It just doesn't make any sense. So I have a small one-bedroom apartment. I'm in a one-bedroom too. I downsized in 2014. Y'all. Plantain chip went the wrong way. I could feel it like right in here. It's like stuck in my esophagus. Excuse me. I could feel it like right in here. Oh. Excuse me. Stop. Don't make me laugh right now. She put, oh, don't be dying on the live. Cat's like, what? You know. Excuse me. And it's not blocking my breathing. I could feel it where it's like just stuck in my esophagus. Like I didn't chew it all the way and it went sideways and just got stuck. So that's why I was trying to guzzle gulps of water, hoping it would push it down. You don't want to come to our bird is very mad. Oh, Lord. Get a piece of bread. You know, I don't even have bread, Sarah. I seldom even buy bread. Excuse me. Excuse me. And I think I'm good. So them burps was getting the air out. So I guess the water helped to go down, but then there was air in there. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna put these in the kitchen. Whew. Okay. That reminds me of the medication that the dermatologist gave me before to clear up this part faster because I had like some rash or something under my nose. And she said, make sure you take it with a full glass of water because she said you don't want it to get stuck in your throat. And I'm like, I never got pills stuck in my throat before. But this must be kind of what she was saying, how it only goes partially down. But that was the first I ever heard of that. But yeah, it's a thing. Lord, when I choke on hot stuff, my light flashes before my eyes. Yeah, because when you exhale, you feel the heat on your tongue. When you inhale, you feel the heat down your throat. I was thinking about it a couple weeks ago. Living here has been the longest I've ever lived in one place, except as a kid in like your teenage years. But my teenage years, I was couch surfing, which is basically a nice way of saying homeless, because every 2 or 3 months I was moving. And even for my undergrad, I was on campus, but then during breaks, I would come back to Jersey. So it's like I was always coming or going from somewhere. I remember my first marriage, I thought finally some grass will grow under my feet. No. Second marriage, grass will grow under my feet. No. I moved next door in 2012, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and I moved here to 1-bedroom, 1-bath in 2014. So as of 2024, this is 10 years I've been in this apartment. And if I want to say this development, I can say 12 years because I was right next door. This is the longest I've ever been living in one place my entire adult life. And I thought about that the other day, like, damn. Wow. I've been in this apartment 10 years. That's the worst feeling I have, Dion. I have to eat some bread to force it through. And I ain't got no bread. Excuse me. Y'all, I am gross. This is the most I've belched in any video ever. I'm just like, excuse me, y'all. Oh, it feels like it went down. But now it's like extra air in there or something. We eat so much fish bread. It's a necessity in case swallow a bone. So what is fish bread? Just having bread along with your fish? I never heard of fish bread. So is it just regular bread? Y'all just call it fish bread because you eat it when you eat fish? Or just there in case you need it? All right, I think I'm good. Wow. Oh, that was a time. Whew. Put a comma between fish and... Okay. Oh, we eat so much fish, common bread is a necessity in case swallow bone. Okay, thank you, Kat. Y'all, that gave me a flashback. You explaining that to me reminded me of when Sandy was saying green, brown, and orange. I was so confused. And she was doing like 2-word answers. And I remember saying, can I have a full sentence, Sandy? Because I didn't know what she was saying. But then once I got it, I was like, oh, duh. I was so confused. Bread in case me. Okay. Yeah, I never even buy bread. The only time I had bread is if I get a hoagie from Wawa. Yo, why did I forget I had money in my Mercari store? I had a balance. And when I checked my account yesterday, just to decrease the prices of the Coach bags, trying to get them out of here, it was like, oh, you still have your remaining balance. And I was just like, oh. So I transferred that over into my beauty budget account. It's a nice little chunk too, and I really just forgot it was there. And I don't buy a lot of stuff from Mercari because if you have a balance, when you buy something, it'll say if you buy it, you'll have this much of your balance left. And so I think because of the stuff I had sold, whenever it was, I don't even remember, it was a low dollar amount, so I said I'll just leave it in there. But it accumulated as, sold a few more things that were inexpensive, and I had completely forgot. So I transferred that over. Y'all, we've been on almost 4 hours. We just sitting around the table, just chit-chatting. And this is how it was last night with family, just sitting around just talking. Shooting the shit, just talking. It was fun though. It's always, yeah, it's always good seeing family. I was ready to second guess that thought. I was like, it was, yeah, it was good seeing family. Eating and watching says Lock. Those hot chips. You eating them hot chips? I'm trying to figure out what I want to fix with the steak. I had chicken and rice earlier. Yo, I bought some yellow rice. My face looks pale. My forehead looks golden, but down here all looks pasty. Like what? This is eternal light. It does make me toasty. I'll put this on. I don't have potatoes either. Sometimes I do want potatoes, but then they always go bad before I eat them all. And they always come in a bag, and I would get the smallest bag, like the 3-pound bag, but I would still always end up throwing some away. And my neighbor, she doesn't eat carbs a lot, so it's not like, okay, I'll get a bag and give her some. So I stopped buying potatoes, and so that's why it's either noodles or rice. But I bought some yellow rice, and it was really good. I had chicken and rice the other day. Why is my forehead like so yellow? Excuse me. But you know, it's ironic. Even though this is pasty, it's matching down here. So I was just like, yeah, this makes me toasty if I put a lot. And so that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe it's just, you know, it might be the lighting. Because I do have on both little lights, the mirror light and the ring light. Because if I put on a lot of this, it does make me... It said I'm reconnecting, I'm live. It did that at the 2-hour mark. I think it was a 2-hour mark. One time it did it at the hour mark. And I'm like, did it disconnect me? But it didn't. Wow. Y'all look really pasty. Not sure if you have done this, but if you had to choose one from each category, what would they be? You can show us. Out of my makeup, like choose one brand from each category, or just one item regardless of the brand. Your answer depends on how I answer. Because I'm already like, one product says cat. Lock says yes, I saw a blink, but you came back. Oh, you did. Oh, I don't know why it does that. Oh wow, I'm glad it didn't disconnect all of us. See, now I feel like I'm a little more toasty, but up here still seems yellow. And you know, it might be the eyeshadow, because this looks orange and then it's like bright yellow up here. Any brand but one product from each category of makeup. Okay, so that question I can answer. Highlighter, blush, bronzer, House Labs. For highlighter, brush, and bronzer. This is kind of easy because right now I'm only using 2 foundations. Both are Fenty. So if I had to pick one face primer, even though I have the soft matte for the soft matte foundation, I would use the Milk Hydro Grip, because this works well under any foundation I use, and I use this with a soft lid. So if I had to choose one face primer, it would be the Milk Hydro Grip. One foundation. Oh, damn. A foundation would be the Fenty foundation. Bronzer, House Labs. Highlighter, House Labs. Eye primer, I only use one at this point, the Fenty Brow Pencil. Lippies, I would have to say the Sephora lip creams. That balm powder made my face itch. I was like, my heart, my intellect, and my soul loves Danessa, but my skin does not like her product at all. For glosses, I would have to say, damn it, now that's hard. Because I like the City Lips, but the 2 I have from Notoriously Morbid I like, and I do like the Fenty Gloss Bombs. I would say the Gloss Bombs from Fenty. Eyeshadow, one eyeshadow brand. I want to say Natasha because every palette is distinct. And if that was the one eyeshadow palette I had, I would have something for every aesthetic, every occasion. But part of me wants to say Notoriously Morbid because that's my vibe. But that's just it. All of Notoriously Morbid is one vibe. Whereas Natasha, each palette is its own vibe. I can do, golden, do ethereal. I can do yucca palette. That's my grunge. I could do xenon. That gives me smoke. Biba gives me neutrals. Circle Loco gives me fun. So oh damn, I'm gonna go with Natasha because every palette is its own aesthetic. I adore Lethal. I do adore Lethal. Notoriously Morbid would be my second, but again, that's the whole thing is just one vibe. I mean, I can do ethereal from that too, but it's still going to have like a grunge or goth factor just because of the shadow colors. Excuse me. So I would say Natasha. Notoriously Morbid would be a very close second. I'm not going to say Lethal because most of mine are BYOPs and I had to make them that way. I want to say Pat would be third, but that's only because it's Subliminal and Moonlit Seduction. It's only because of those two. Yeah, so that would be that. And the other stuff I have is just like, I have a few Nomad palettes still. I have Mission Triple X from Martine Cosmetics. I have the Urban Decay Naked palette and ABH Fall palette. And the two Esums, which I do really love. But if I had to pick one eyeshadow brand, it would be Natasha Denona. Because every palette is its own vibe. And I do like most of those vibes. Or at least do the ethereal or monochromatic just to do something different. But I can get my smoke, I can get my grunge, I can get my vampy. Finishing spray, Scandinavia. Eyeliner would be Inglot because they have all those wonderful colors. Liner for my lower lash line and inner rims would be the Matte Color Excess. They have a lot of different colors. I feel like that's kind of it. Finishing powders would be Hourglass. And at this point, I have 5 of them. So that would be, yeah. And if I could pick 2, it would be Natasha and Notoriously Morbid. Oh, I remember when Inglot was all over YT. That was so long ago. Back in the day, when I had my Still a Junkie 07 channel, people talked about Inglot a lot. And then it just didn't anymore. I don't even think they advertise anymore. Like, honestly, I don't even see no ads. I don't get emails, like none of that from them. So I think it's one of those things where if you know about them, you know, but if you have not ever heard of them, it's like, what? Oh, I forgot about Ilamaska. Oh, yeah, that was from back in the day, too. Yeah, now you don't hear nothing. So those would be my picks. That wasn't that hard. The eyeshadow palettes were the hardest because I had to think of like what I would really be content having if that was the only brand I could have. And I'm not going to say MAC because I had to make the BYOBs. So it's not like Natasha is already ready. Yeah, so that's that. I think they were MUA using, yeah, and that's why I think that's why they had that. It was called the Freedom System. Oh, my hives are starting to get itchy. Where you can build your own palettes, and so I do think it is geared towards that. And even in that kit, not my kit, but the Elite kit, they had a black Inglot eyeliner. And so it is not because of that, but yeah, it is geared towards the pro side of things. And you can build what you want to build your palette how you want to build it, which is always really cool. But okay, y'all. We pushing 4 hours. Just like Viziart right now. Viziart is trying to cater to us consumers with smaller palettes. And you know, some people love bigger palettes. Like, I like the 12-15 pan palettes. But Notoriously Morbid gave me a new appreciation for 9-pan palettes. They really did. Because I can get like 4 or 5 looks out of a 9-pan palette from Notoriously Morbid. And some palettes, if they're monochromatic 9 pans, which most of Notoriously Morbid isn't, you might only get 1 or 2 looks. But even with some palettes like Golden or Bronze, I'm only going to get 1 or 2 looks. It's almost Boxing Day. When are you going to shop, Cat? Says Lock. So what is Boxing Day? Like the sport boxing or something else? Ah, itchy. Y'all, it is fucking... Is it midnight? My God. Ah. Okay, there's 5 of us left. People were like, okay, it's midnight, I'm done. I bought a bit during Black Friday, so I'll slow down a bit. Oh, sorry for shaking, y'all. My arm hit the table. So, y'all, it's just y'all two. Like, are we good? I think, well, it says 5. Well, now it says 6 are in here. I think people are just popping in and out. Excuse me. Oh, I'm staring at my easel palette right now. I'm beautiful. I need to use it again. Do you have one of the ones I have, or do you have like their pressed pigment palette? Y'all know I wasn't buying that one. And it does actually say pressed pigment palette, which is great because I know to stay away. Do you have one of the ones that I have, Lock? The number 1 balance or number 2 intensity? Those are your speed. Those Esom and those are your speed. Those like elegant looks. We can call it a night, but I'm here. So what say you, Cat? Because it's really just y'all two and me chatting. Thank you for the hearts. I did not think this live was going to be this long. It's a blend of shadows from 3 of their palettes. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, Sarah. Sarah popped in to say goodnight. She popped back up to say goodnight. That is funny. Good night, Sarah. That is funny. Why is my nose so stuffy? I'm gonna make a cup of tea while the steak is cooking. But you know, I'm not gonna drink a cup of tea, and I'll tell you why. Somebody had told me if you're about to take medicine, don't take it right before you drink something hot because it'll make it dissolve and absorb into your system faster. And so I'm not going to make a cup of tea because it's time for me to take my meds. Well, y'all, I knew this was going to be long, which is why I brought my office chair over here, but I didn't think it was going to be this long. But it is how I thought, as far as just no topping and just chit chat, keep each other company type of thing. And so I'm glad that we can be here for each other for that. But unless I want them in my system fast. But then it'll also leave your system fast too. It'll hit you quick and leave quick. Yeah, but true, that's what would happen. But then it would wear off quicker. So, Cat and Lock. And I was saying, excuse me, 6 of us in here. So whoever else is in here, say hello so we know you're still here, or not. That's fine too. No pressure. But I do think we're good to go, y'all. I think. I don't know why my nose is stuffy. I was watching Grace's video today, and her nose, she kept sniffing. She's like, I don't know why all of a sudden my nose started running. But I'm just stuffy. Like, it's like, I don't know why. But, so, are y'all ready to call it a morning? Well, it's morning for me on the East Coast, because it's just after midnight. So it's the 26th now. Hey. Okay, Locke is saying good night, everybody. All right, Locke. Is there a good night from you too, Locke? Oh, goodness. All right, so we're going to go, y'all. Boxing Day in Canada. Woo woo. AGN, a good night. I can't type. AGN, a good night. I can't type. But I knew what that meant, which is weird. Okay, y'all. Thank you so much for being here and just keeping each other company. I am going to put my steak in the air fryer. Restart the movie I started earlier. And I might just do noodles because those are quick. But the rice is quick too because I got a rice cooker. I think I'm going to do rice. All right, so we'll be back here Monday. I think I have a video going up today, Thursday, here on the East Coast, and Friday, maybe Saturday too. I don't know, but we'll be back here for another live stream on Monday. We'll try to keep it, I'll say, under 2 hours because usually we've been running like an hour and a half lately. I remember I used to try and keep it to an hour, but that I knew that was a lie right away because we always went over time. But so thank you all for being here, and I appreciate those of you, if you are watching the replay, who just came in to see what we were doing or talking about. And everybody who was here, even though they're not here now, I thank you for being here, and you know that we can be here for each other just to chit chat and keep company. So have a good night wherever you are in the world, and or a good day or a good afternoon. Stay warm, stay safe, and don't shop too much. And we'll be back here Monday night. As always, self-acceptance, self-love. That is the Crazy Troll Nation way. Thank you, and you will see me soon. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you. Bye.